Good evening, everyone. Welcome and thank you for being here, and thank you for those viewing remotely. I call to order the closed session of the Mayor and City Council. Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Sanchez is not present at the moment. Councilmember Ibarra?
Present.
Councilmember Figueroa?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem? Here. Councilmember Reynoso is not present at the moment. Councilmember Calvin?
Present.
Councilmember Alexander?
Here.
And Mayor Tran?
Here. Madam City Clerk, do we have any public comments?
We do not.
We do not. Okay. We will now convene into closed session at
May-
5. Oh, Madam
sorry.
City Clerk, City Attorney?
Yeah, I do have a request that I received from staff prior to going into closed session. My understanding is that staff would like to add an item to the closed session agenda. In order to do that under the Brown Act, we have to make two findings: that the item came up after the posting of the agenda, and there's a need to take immediate action. I can give you some factual background, and then I would need a supermajority vote from the council to add it. Subsequent to the meeting, posting of the agenda for tonight's meeting, an urgent item was brought to the attention of staff. Yesterday at approximately 3:30 p.m., HCD reached out to city staff regarding item number 23 on your agenda this evening. HCD indicated they have been contacted by the Carousel Mall developer and by members of the public, and they indicated that HCD now wishes to discuss the notice of violation again. So we did obtain some new information as of yesterday. So it came up after the posting. There's new information. If you'd like to discuss this in closed session, you could take a motion to add the item.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Can we call for the votes?
I'll second.
And this would be a notice as real property negotiation and a conference with legal counsel. I'll provide it to the
Thank
city
you. There's a
staff.
motion by Charette and a second by Calvin.
Okay. Councilmember Sanchez?
Yes.
Councilmember Ibarra?
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem? Yes. Okay. Councilmember Calvin?
Yes.
Councilmember Alexander?
Aye.
Okay, motion passes.
Thank you. Now we can reconvene into closed session. Okay, call to order. Good evening, everyone. Welcome and thank you for being here. And thank you to those viewing remotely. I'll call to order at 7:07 p.m. this joint regular meeting of the Mayor and City Council and the Mayor and City Council acting as the successor agency to the redevelopment agency of the City of San Bernardino. I'd like to ask that Monk Tik Wei Phuc of Wing Wang Vietnamese Youth Association Temple please come up to the podium. And leading tonight's Pledge of Allegiance, Lizette Sotelo from Arrowview Middle School. Turn on the mic. And I just want to mention that he was speaking Vietnamese, and then we have a translator.
Xin chào tất cả mọi người. Nguyện Ngài an lành, đêm ngày sáu thời đều an lành, tất cả thời đều an lành, xin đấng từ bi thường gia hộ. Nguyện Ngài an lành, ngày đêm sáu thời đều an lành, xin tất cả đều an lành, xin đấng từ bi thường gia hộ. Hội đồng thành phố toàn thể nhân viên thuộc thành phố San Bernardino, trưởng Helen Trần, Hội đồng thành phố toàn thể nhân viên thuộc thành phố San Bernardino. Nếu mọi người trong một cộng đồng đều có tâm bình an thì đó sẽ là một cộng đồng hòa hợp, không có mâu thuẫn hay xung đột. Điều này sẽ giúp cho mọi người sống vui vẻ, hạnh phúc hơn và có môi trường làm việc, học tập tích cực hơn. Vì vậy, việc nuôi dưỡng tâm bình an không chỉ mang lại lợi ích cho chính bản thân mỗi người mà còn giúp cho cả xã hội phát triển hạnh phúc và bình an.
Regardless of
when may your day and night be peaceful. On such periods of day and night peaceful in on times, may the compassionate one always protect and support the Mayor, Helen Trent, City Council, on staff in San Bernardino. If everyone in the community has the peaceful mind, then we will have harmony without conflict or contradiction. This will help everyone, every person, to live the life happier and in both leisure and learning. Therefore, cultivating a peaceful mind not only benefit each person, but the society has a whole. Thank you. Thank you to thank you to Mayor and City Council member for inviting us here today. Thank you.
Thank you. Lisette, can you come up?
Good afternoon. Please place your right hand over your heart. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Lisette. Madam City Clerk, please take the roll call.
Councilmember Sanchez.
Here.
Councilmember Ibarra.
Present.
Councilmember Figueroa.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem. Here. Councilmember Reynoso.
Here.
Councilmember Calvin.
Present.
Councilmember Alexander. Here. And Mayor Tran.
Here. City Attorney, is there anything to report from closed session?
Mayor, members of the council, members of the public, I do need to report that prior to going into closed session, the City Council voted to add an item to their closed session agenda based on the exemption under the Brown Act for need to take immediate action after posting of the agenda. 2 items were added to the agenda: a conference with legal counsel regarding anticipated litigation and a conference with real property negotiators concerning the Carousel Mall property. There's no more reportable action.
Thank you. Before we conduct city business, I would like to remind council members to be respectful to each other, our public, and especially our staff. City council meetings should be an environment where everyone feels heard and respected. As the leaders of our city, our behavior this evening and every council meetings sets the tone of how our residents, business communities, and others view our city. It is extremely important that as we move our city forward, we should remember that professionalism and respectful behavior is necessary. We must continue to build trust and credibility with the public and to ensure that the council is making decisions that are in the best interest of the city and its residents. By upholding these values, the council can set an example for the community and foster a positive and productive work environment that enables them to accomplish their goals effectively and efficiently. Okay, we're going next to our presentations. So first we have the proclamation for the Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month in the city of San Bernardino, May 2023. As you can see, I'm wearing my cultural outfit in the Vietnamese, in my Vietnamese heritage, and to really represent the AAPI month. So I am going to invite Ramsey Sam, who is the president of the Asian American Resource Center, who will accept the proclamation. This one. Good evening. Okay. Whereas Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month is observed annually in May, and whereas the city of San Bernardino wishes to pay tribute to the generation of Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islanders in our community, this month provides us an opportunity to reflect on the vibrant culture and innumerable contributions AAPI residents make to our community. And whereas the national theme for AAPI Heritage Month 2023 is advancing leaders through opportunity, San Bernardino encourages greater participation, inclusion, and leadership training for our AAPI residents, acknowledging they will be instrumental to the future success of our city. And whereas in 2022, the City of San Bernardino residents elected its first AAPI mayor and the first Vietnamese American female mayor in the history of the United States. And whereas the history of Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders is filled with stories of resilience, persistence, and determination, we value AAPI citizens as an integral part of the fabric of our community. And whereas as we celebrate AAPI Heritage Month, we must remain vigilant to prevent anti-Asian hate crimes in our community and must be a welcoming and safe place for AAPI citizens. San Bernardino is where all have an opportunity to thrive. And now therefore may it be proclaimed that the Mayor and City Council and the City of San Bernardino do hereby designate May 2023 as Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. We further encourage our residents to explore AAPI history, culture, and accomplishments to support our local events commemorating this rich heritage, presented this third day of May 2023. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, we have another proclamation for the 54th Annual Professional Municipal Clerks Week in the City of San Bernardino, April 30th to May 6, 2023. The City Clerk, Genoveva, along with Chief Deputy City Clerk Talisha Lopez and Deputy City Clerks Courtney Bowen and Perla Lopez, will accept the proclamation. Great job, ladies. You guys are rock and roll. Okay. Whereas the Office of the Professional Municipal Clerk, a time-honored and vital part of local government, exists throughout the world, and whereas the Office of the Professional Municipal Clerk is the oldest among public servants. Wow. And whereas the Office of the Professional Municipal Clerk provides the professional link between the citizens, the local governing bodies, and agencies of government at the other levels. And whereas professional municipal clerks have pledged to be ever mindful of their neutrality and impartiality, thank you, rendering equal service to all. And whereas the professional municipal clerk serves as the information center on functions of local government and community. And whereas professional municipal clerks continually strive to improve the administration of the affairs of the Office of the Professional Municipal Clerk through participation in education programs, seminars, workshops, and the annual meetings of their state, provincial, county, and international professional organizations. And whereas it is most appropriate that we recognize the accomplishments of the Office of the Professional Municipal Clerk, and now therefore be it proclaimed that the Mayor and City Council of San Bernardino hereby recognize the week of April 30th through May 6, 2023 as Professional Municipal Clerks Week, and further extend appreciation to our Professional Municipal Clerk, Genoveva, and to all the Professional Municipal Clerks for the vital services they perform and their exemplary dedication to the communities they represent. Presented this third day of May 2023. Thank you, ladies. Yes.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council, for the recognition, and thank you for my team. Our office would not function as well if we didn't work so well together. And I just wanted to take a moment to let the community know about two projects that we are in the works of finalizing that are going to benefit the community. One of those is a new public records request system, and so hopefully that will help speed up, the responses. And one that has been 3 years in the making. I'm sure several of you are familiar with the PDF municipal code on the website. We are now going to have a web-hosted municipal code that is bookmarked, searchable, so much easier for staff and for the community. And so we're excited to bring those projects to fruition in the next few weeks. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Okay. Before I present the next proclamation, we will take a moment to watch a public service announcement about our water safety. Right, Liddy?
relatives. That's because Dad thinks Mom is watching me, and Mom thinks Dad is. But actually, nobody is watching me. And you rarely make a sound when you're struggling the most.
Don't assume someone else is watching. Become a water watchdog at abbyshope.org.
Every year in the United States, there are an estimated 4,000 fatal unintentional drownings. That is an average of 11 drowning deaths per day.
Black children ages 10 to 14 years old drown at a rate of more than 7 times that of white children.
More children between the ages of 1 and 4 die from drowning than any other cause of death except birth defects.
23% of child drownings happen during a family gathering near a pool.
For children under 5 years of age, 87% of drowning fatalities take place in home pools or hot tubs.
Drowning remains in the top 5 causes of unintentional injury-related death from birth to 5 years old.
An average of 3,957 unintentional drowning deaths occurred each year.
Hello, my name is Liddy Gutfeld, and I am the proud Director of Parks, Recreation, and Community Services for the City of San Bernardino. I've also been a lifeguard for the past 29 years, and I've had that experience of pulling out a lifeless child out of a pool after a drowning incident. It is something no one should ever have to experience. This May, the city is eager to celebrate Water Safety Month. We are hopeful that we will bring light to the horrific statistics that surround drowning in our city. Drowning is the #1 cause of death for children under the age of 5 and is completely preventable. We believe that we can make a difference in these statistics and that it is time to show our community that we can be better at drowning prevention. This year, the city has worked to become a leader in creating awareness, not just in our own city, but throughout the Inland Empire, by becoming the starting block for the Inland Empire Drowning Task Force. This task force has over 10 Inland Empire cities committed to promoting drowning prevention education for all water activities. In partnership with the Stop Drowning Now organization, the city will be hosting the Inland Empire Water Safety Challenge at the Jerry Lewis Family Swim Center. Because most drownings happen at a social gathering where there are at least 4 adults present, this event was created with the goal of providing education and resources to families of all ages in order for them to be able to better handle a water-related emergency. With over 25 vendors on site to inform you on how to do basic rescues, CPR, and preventative measures in addition to demonstrations and fun recreational swim activities, all participants will leave so much more prepared to be safe and proactive for this summer's water activities with family and friends. In addition, there will be giveaways from the booths and opportunities for free swim passes throughout the summer. It is an event for the entire family to enjoy. Everything will be interactive and everyone who attends gets to come in and swim. As we move into the warmer months, we need you to stand with us by being water safe. Adult supervision, barriers around pools, and classes for swim lessons are all ways that we can be water safe. Let's do our part and change the statistics for our city for the better. Let's stand together proudly and make sure our families and our children are safe around any body of water. Drowning is preventable.
Drowning is preventable.
Drowning is preventable.
I'm proud to be SB.
Proud to be SB. Please join the City of San Bernardino at the Water Safety Challenge on Saturday, May 20th. Hello. Great job. Give them a round of applause for that. That was a beautiful work. Thank you, Lydia, and to your team. I'm not going to go to every single whereas because that video just really hit it all. So we're going to wait for your staff member. Beautiful job putting this video together, emphasizing water safety. Great job. So now, therefore, be it resolved that the Mayor and City Council of the City of San Bernardino hereby proclaim on this 3rd day of May, 2023, that they commend City of San Bernardino Parks and Recreation and Community Services Department Aquatics Division for their efforts to prevent drowning of City of San Bernardino residents and visitors. Additionally, reminding everyone to be safer in and around the water this summer and all year long. We hereby declare the month of May as the Water Safety, Drowning, and Prevention Month, presented this 3rd day of May, 2023. Thank you. All right, we're going to move to public comments. Okay. At this time, public comments will be heard. In-person speakers will be heard first, followed by remote speakers. To address the City Council, each individual must fill out a speaker slip. A speaker slip must be completed and turned into the City Clerk at this time. Only those speakers' cards turned into the City Clerk will be allowed to address the City Council. No late cards will be accepted. Each person should state their name for the record, please. If you require Spanish interpretation, we do have an interpreter on site. Please raise your hand at this time to indicate you will need translation assistance. In addition, we have interpreting listening devices available in the back. Please note that the interpreter will be dismissed if we do not receive any requests for interpretation by 9 o'clock.
Buenas tardes. Si necesita interpretación en español, tenemos un intérprete presente. Por favor, levante la mano en este momento para indicar que requiere servicios. También tenemos aparatos disponibles para escuchar la junta en español. Si no recibimos solicitud para los servicios de interpretación antes de las 9, la intérprete se retirará.
Gracias. Madam City Clerk, how many speakers do we have tonight?
We have 35 public speakers, including those on Zoom.
35, thank you. Each speaker will have 3 minutes. Madam City Clerk, please call up the speakers. And if we hear your name, please line up to the podium. And so, and just state your name as you get up to the podium, please.
Okay, Monica Robles, E. Negrete, Jeanette McKeag, Dolores Armstead, David McCamick, Doug Cameron,
Please, if you hear your name, please line up to the podium. State your name, and you may speak, and you have 3 minutes each. Thank you.
Negrete. Good evening, Council. I want to remind you that you are entrusted to do the best that you can with public funds, which means every single dime that you get from the tax, whether it's coming from the property tax or what we spend in our city, it's for you to make wise decisions. Recently, you had a survey conducted for the parks. I don't know why. Why would you waste almost $1 million to conduct a survey when all you have to do really it's drive to any park and you can see we need lighting, we need fencing, we need the homeless out of there so that we can enjoy the parks. Another concern that I have, and I don't know where all the watchdogs are, but Mayor Tran, you had sent a letter to John Valdivia when you were working here, and it had to do with the employees that he was using after hours. I see you and your assistant everywhere on the weekends, here. So does that mean that her hours are flexible to your hours? Are you violating any labor code? Or where is that going to put us? Is that going to become another lawsuit where we're now continuing to see potholes because we're additionally covering more lawsuits? Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name.
Sir, did you want to go?
Sir, you could just turn on the mic and just state your name, or you could speak for 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Dave McCamick, business owner in San Bernardino for over 40 years. And Councilman Jerry Devlin, Joe Suarez, Tony, the owner of the Bug, myself, and many volunteers ran the Soapbox Derby, available to the children of San Bernardino. Councilman David Overhelm, myself, and the board members were able to save Route 66. The previous year, they lost $20,000. By buttoning things up, we were able to make $167,000 the next year. Councilwoman Wendy McCamick, upon request of Richard Valdez, myself, and DAV members, with the blessing of the mayor and the council, were instrumental in opening Veterans Garden, where Gold Star mothers, Purple Heart recipients, and veterans of all services can garden, pray, and communicate with each other. It's at Spiker Park, 2501 Pacific Avenue. They're open on Tuesdays and Thursdays. This is just a sample of a council persons that works with the community, working. Not the average greed of a council that voted themselves 167% increase. If the powers that voted themselves this 167% raise shows adverse and greed. This is a sample of the soapbox derby, sample of the Route 66. I'm telling you that I must be doing something that the city doesn't agree with, because I've had nothing but things from code enforcement at my business. So obviously I'm doing something to rub somebody wrong. So anyway, I'm going to keep doing it. I'm here for the long term. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please state your name.
Good evening. My name is Jeanette McCaig, and I'm a resident of the 7th Ward. I'm here tonight because of the discussion item to terminate the contract with the developer of the downtown project. Terminating the contract with a reputable developer would be foolish. We have the chance to create something special that would attract people to our city and change the course it seems to be headed. The state is not requiring you to terminate this project to remedy your mistake. It stipulates in the contract with the developer that in this situation, it would be put on pause. Please stop with the nonsense. Raise your standards for yourselves and for your vision for our city. Residents deserve a thriving, prosperous city and representatives that do the best to support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name, sir.
Doug Cameron, 7th Ward. A while back, I talked a couple of times about the ongoing issues of the homelessness and the encampments, and particularly Paris Hill Park. I've got a very good friend who's a property owner here. He's paid taxes here every year. He maintains his property. He's a very good resident. In the evenings, he enjoys riding his bicycle out and about, including Paris Hill Park. On one of those trips, he was told by one of the homeless that he was no longer entitled to ride his bike in that park because that park is now owned by the homeless, not the city of San Bernardino. This was communicated to the chief of police at a meeting at the Arrowhead Country Club and provided documentation on the photographs of all of the encampments that have been set up on the hillside in Paris Hill Park. We've asked why, and people come here to this meeting and regularly ask, why is not something being done about the homeless problem in San Bernardino? Granted, it's complicated. It involves a lot of issues: mental illness, mental health, drug treatment, drug abuse, criminality. All of that has to be addressed. But come to find out, along with this, the attitude of the people living in this park is that this is their park. It's no longer the city of San Bernardino. When we tried to investigate this, we learned that there's an agreement that was reached between your former city manager, a Robert D. Field, city manager, and also signed by Thomas A. Wright, assistant city attorney. This is an agreement with the Southern California ACLU. And this is a very interesting agreement. I believe it has never been approved by the mayor or the city council of this city. And it appears that the ACLU of Southern California is now dictating the policy of the properties within the city of San Bernardino. And it states specifically in one of these items, it said it includes directives to continue to refrain from enforcement of San Bernardino Municipal Code sections 1298.030 anti-camping. This is the city manager agreed to this. There's no more enforcement of anti-camping in the city of San Bernardino. So tomorrow I will be sending another public records request and ask that the city attorney review this document to see if his signature on this document creates an obligation by the city of San Bernardino to enforce this document that may never have been seen by the mayor and city council. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name.
Okay. Dolores Armstead. Two items. One is the Carousel Mall. It's a shame that it's been put, whatever's getting ready to happen, on hold or it's not going forward. It was supposed to be the jewel, getting the center of San Bernardino going, and please concentrate on it. Let's get back on board. It's not just the center of San Bernardino. It's supposed to be the center of the county. We are the county seat, and this is where the county seat resides. We can do better. So we're asking, this wasn't all this council's fault, but please get on board. Let's go forward. We have a lot to do, and we want to do it. And we want, this time we want clarification. We want transparency, which is not what happened previously. We, the citizens, want to know what's going on. We want to go forward. We want our county seat to be the best there is. And it's sad that it's not. We're almost the armpit of the county. So can we please change it around? My next item is food and street vendors. It seems like it's getting worse. I'm very pro-business, very pro-small business, but I like it to be legal, licensed, certified, and not at every corner and not all over our sidewalks. Can we please do something with the illegal and unpermitted food and street vendors? Maybe have a site on one of the city's vacant lots and have the vendors there and do their wares there if they're legal and licensed. But right now, if you go up, especially Highland Avenue, it's a shame what we have on Highland Avenue. Most of them are not licensed. They're not permitted. They're taking over the sidewalks. They are whole restaurants. They're taking away business from legitimate brick and mortar restaurants. It's hurting the city. So if we can please do something with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam City Clerk, can you call up more speakers, please?
Monica Robles, Mrs. Munoz, Wildwood President, Charles, Johnny, Al Palazzo, Dr. Treasure Ortiz, Christian Tovar, and Christian Flores.
Go ahead and please state your name.
Hi, my name is Veronica Munoz. I am with Wildwood Association, and I have a letter for all the council members, the mayor, and our interim city manager. Can I get this to you guys?
Madam City Clerk, there's the letter for the elected body.
So I'm going to go ahead and read the letter. It has to do with our parks. We understand that homelessness is not just a city issue. We understand the city's hands have been tied due to agreements they have entered with third parties. We understand that only certain actions can be taken due to how current laws are written. We understand it is required to have a certain number of beds in order to dismantle encampments and enforce relocations. We understand that we have a statewide issue with mental health crisis and drug addiction crisis. We understand the city has organizations currently proposing solutions to help alleviate some of the issues. Our understanding of your current position does not mean we should sit quietly on the sidelines and watch what is left of our city continue to crumble before our eyes. This does not mean we should continue to allow lawlessness to flow readily through our neighborhoods. This does not mean that our quality of life is of less value than that who choose to break the laws. This does not mean our children should not have the right to play in our parks safely. This does not mean we need to be the ones responsible for removing drug paraphernalia from our park grounds to ensure the safety of our little ones. This does not mean we should feel uncomfortable and unsafe walking through our park due to gazebos being closed off with tarps, tents, engulfing the play areas. This does not mean we should not be able to utilize the park baseball fields due to fecal matter on the bases, walkways, grass area, and have to deal with all the field vandalism. How did it become the responsibility of the Little Leagues and sports organizations to clean the areas, maintain the fields, make it a safe space for our children to play, and to run off the vagrants before every nightly practice? There is city funding and resources allocated for parks. The city signed into a $997,000 contract with Next Group for surveying and planning of our parks, the master plan, rather than basic service and maintenance being performed to upkeep our existing amenities in the parks with that money, such as lighting, bathroom, and playgrounds. Why were the active neighborhood associations that utilize the parks on a regular basis not asked for their input for this park redevelopment? Why were the youth programs that utilize these parks not asked for their input as well? We are not a wealthy city that can afford the long-term upkeep of upgrades. I understand that there's a vision that is, and it's not a bad thing, that there's a vision for our current need for basic services.
Ma'am, thank you. We have the letter, and we are going to make sure that we address it, and that's something that city manager will be providing some update as far as homelessness crisis that we're facing in our city. Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name.
Hello, my name is Juan Carrera. I'm with Angel Heart Biotrauma. I'm a crime scene cleaner here in San Bernardino. I've been in business for 3 years, and I've been working with San Bernardino Police Department for a year now. I clean up the crime scenes here anytime there's an accident. I also am hired with the San Bernardino City Public Works to clean up homeless encampments, to disinfect. I've been underutilized. I feel like I've been underutilized when I go down these streets and begging to clean up homeless encampments that were and once were at certain spots. I go back to those, and there's feces, there's disease, there's maggots running around where homelessness used to be. I feel like I'm underutilized for this job, and I wish I can be part of the solution more. When you guys come up with the solution to have these homeless encampments cleaned, I want to be the first foreman out there to help disinfect the homeless encampments that happen. I want you guys to keep in mind that when you do move homeless around in the community and take them out of their communities, they basically leave mountains of trash and feces and you name it, it's there. And I would like to see if the city council could use my business, Angel Heart Biotrauma, as a leading forefront to help clean and disinfect these homeless encampments. What got me up here today was the fact that I was going down the street the other day disinfecting, and I came up across a gentleman that was limping, and I asked him if he can help him. He said no, and I noticed that his skin was being eaten from his body, and maggots were coming off of him. And I went down baseline spraying after him. Hopefully he won't spread any disease. And there's a lot of it, and it's rampant. And I would like to see if the city council can utilize our company to help the community to keep in compliance with any codes and jurisdictions that there may be present. And that's what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name.
Christian Tobar.
Sorry, I'm a little bit nervous. My name is Christian Tobar. I'm a resident of San Bernardino at 103 East 49th Street. I have lived in San Bernardino for many years, since I was a kid. I have a lot of great memories here, but unfortunately, the quality of life in our community has been completely destroyed. What used to be a quiet, relatively safe area has deteriorated into a ghetto completely taken over by vagrants. This happened in a time frame of less than 10 years. For some strange reason, vagrants always tend to congregate on 40th Street. They are on every corner, every parking lot, and every drive-through of local fast food restaurants. They stand outside of the Del Taco, often at the entrance, and harass customers. They talk to themselves, behave erratically, and are often disruptive and violent. The employees have to deal with their disruptive behavior every day. Vagrants likewise often camp with actual tents on the public sidewalk in front of the Stater Brothers grocery store and at the 7-Eleven. They leave trash and human waste. They endlessly harass customers in the parking lot. They camp at Tom Gould Park and make it unsafe for families. This is not just a nuisance or eyesore. It is a very serious threat to public safety. Vagrants talk to themselves, scream profanities, and harass innocent passerby. Children from Golden Valley Middle School walk home on Waterman Avenue and 40th Street, and they're exposed to the behavior on their entire route. You will notice that I use the term vagrants. I will not use euphemisms such as homeless or unhoused. We don't need euphemisms or social justice. We need safety and law and order, and to have our quality of life back. Yes, we do need to help those who are in bad circumstances and truly need help, but at the same time, we need to have a livable city. So I'm asking the council, please take action on this, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name.
Hello, my name is Charles Miner. I'm owner of CD Construction, and I co-partner with a few other construction companies. Presently, we're working baseline development on F Street to Beverly View. It's about 12 buildings. When we acquired the contract, the place was almost all homeless living there. We're trying to help be a solution to the homeless problem. We have buildings over there, available. We have ideals. So we like to get with the city with, on temporary housing, transitional housing, and kind of helping solve the solution. We've been working with Malibu here for several years, and she does a lot of community work. And we're just trying to help, be a part of the solution. We're open to all ideals on where we can help, as far as maybe a couple other buildings that are over 5,000 square feet being temporary facilities. Homeless shelter. We even got ideas of doing some of the A-frame 120 square foot homeless shelters for transitional housing. They got a program going in Los Angeles that it seemed to be working pretty good, and we would like to implicate that program here in San Bernardino. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name.
My name is Alfred Palazzo. 50 years ago, I was hired as a deputy assessor. It was my responsibility for 35 years to determine the value of every conceivable type of property, from Fontana to include Rancho Cucamonga, Upland, Ontario, Montclair, Chino, and Chino Hills, and the county. For the state of California, through the county assessor's office, applying the principles of and taking the courses required by the Board of Equalization for the state of California certification. From the beginning, I asked the question, if you could rebuild San Bernardino, how would you do it? I developed a vision to include residential, commercial, light industrial, private office buildings. Other categories are geography, gateways, main intersections, commercial boulevards, primary, secondary streets, promenades, different types of buildings, landscaping, green walkways, bikes, also different types of architecture, public squares, different types of water displays, and art. This vision includes different type of food services in different settings, public parks, amphitheaters for outdoor and performing arts events. More categories are points of interest, monuments, emphasizing our history, applying progressive ideas, looking forward for the next 100 years. When I talk about 1,000 ideas, I use a metaphor. Imagine a table with 4 legs at each corner. One leg is the business community, the private sector, developers, investors. The second leg will be the actual builders, the vocational construction trade students at Valley College upon completion of their classes and taking the state exams. The third leg is our California State University at San Bernardino graduates, our brain power, future leaders and entrepreneurs and high-tech graduate students seeking global markets. The fourth leg is philanthropic organizations. My vision is comprehensive, 1,000 square blocks. It is thorough, covers all categories mentioned. It is complex. It explains how categories are interconnected and support each other, yet this vision is simple to explain, starting with a single idea or concept, then adding layers of support categories. It took 10 years to develop, to consider every detail. I am willing to share all my ideas. I ask you to take my vision tour. I am willing to be a volunteer on your team. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name.
Hi everyone, Christian Flores, San Bernardino resident, community organizer with Inland Congregations United for Change and the Something Better for San Bernardino Coalition. Our stance as a coalition hasn't changed in that we're here to support the negotiations for a community benefits agreement and the implementation when the downtown redevelopment project happens, regardless of who that RFP goes to. But that relies on the acknowledgement that it is surplus land and that a minimum of 15% affordable housing creation is required by state law. In ways that many, I guess, other municipalities have been able to push for that has been to sell the property for a lower value or adjust the value to incentivize the creation of affordable housing, as well as actually being able to bring in affordable housing developers into the process because their whole practice relies on being able to find the funding and grants to create affordable housing so that this burden isn't pushed onto the city by the developers or vice versa, or we end up in a situation where nobody can afford to take on the project. A lot of people are frustrated, and I'm saying like more so residents and business owners within the downtown area or throughout San Bernardino, because even as a result of the post-COVID world and everything, the economy for building houses or for maintaining and even surviving daily living costs in the city have gone up. So people that have their properties leveraged and are betting on the downtown redevelopment to happen so that they can even keep up with inflation is a serious, I guess, concern. That being said, we as a coalition, we're still gonna be here. We're still going to be pushing for the needs of our community in regards to the community benefits agreement, for affordable housing creation, for the creation of well-paying construction and union jobs, so that we can maintain all of that momentum going into our own local economy. And we'll still be here at the end of the day, and regardless of who the project goes to. So do with that what you will, and appreciate all of you for being here.
Thank you. Madam City Clerk, do you want to call up more speakers before we have the next speaker?
Yes, Nelson Cabrera, Harry Hatch, Carlos Pichila, Malibu, Teresa Carlisle, Vince Laster, Misty Stevens.
If you hear your name, please line up behind the podium. Next speaker, please state your name.
Dr. Treasure Ortiz, 7th Ward. So about 12 years ago when I moved here, I think we could have established that we had a homelessness problem. But at this point, we're just under siege. And the thought that the council would even look surprised to find out there was an ACLU agreement with this city that was established in August of last year that you all have been aware and yet have never brought forward or ever questioned is unreal to me. And it just speaks to the lack of transparency and accountability that you continue to bring forward. And it doesn't seem like it matters who we elect. No one wants to just do the right thing, because I guess it takes too much courage to serve and represent your community needs. We can't use our parks. We can't drive down our streets. We can't walk at night. And yet we have to show up in groves to tell you that. Do you not live here? Are you like the other mayor who was out in Irvine enjoying that life and taking money from us? I don't get it, you guys. What I don't understand is we understand that homelessness, you can't just move people. It's not a crime, but intercourse in front of children is a crime. Nakedness in the street is a crime. Using drugs is a crime. Theft, arson, everything that you are not allowing our police to enforce is a crime. And then that creates even more violent crime. And then that's the focus. We have to do better, but we can't do better if you guys are going to pretend like these don't truly exist or that you're going to tie your own hands. It's just like watching what's happening with the downtown. You guys are gaslighting this community, believing that you have to get rid of our developer that we fought so hard for, that we exposed the corruption that you were trying to perpetrate by being in a Chinese corporation instead of letting our own residents build it. Because you want to subdivide, you want to pay for play? How unreal is that? People want to talk about the first community benefits agreement. There is no community benefits agreement coming if they terminate our contract with RDICO, and they have no reason to, because one of those residents that called HCD was me. And they told me specifically that to cure and correct, you do not. And nor did they even tell you you had to terminate this agreement. That is a lie, because that's what Nathan Freeman does. And watching Charles McNeely after 4 months decide the only time he's going to speak up is to kill something that we fought for, that's what's not going to happen. Not without a fight. Doing the right thing shouldn't be this hard. You've got Daniel Hernandez trying to outsource $336,000 for an NPD division that already exists in this city. It's item 22 on your consent calendar. Use that money to address homelessness. Use that money to clean up the parks. Use that money to address the needs of our community, not to give it to some private contractor that we don't need. Start thinking about us. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name. Sir, thank you.
Okay. Hello, my name is Carlos Penilla. I'm the new owner of the place over here in San Bernardino. The thing is also the problem, everybody has the same problem, the dirty streets anywhere, and I was kind of over here. You guys have to figure out something to clean all these streets, because the other day I was called the police and I was, hey, these guys throw all the trash on my property, and then the police say, I can't do nothing. So I don't know who's the responsible to clean all these streets, because it's not fair. Try make better buildings, because the homeless can take all the equipment and all the broke all the windows and a lot of stuff. It's crazy, but I'm new in the city, but it's problem. But I had this, and I try with you guys working better, and always told my neighborhood, hey, you guys work with me, and I'm going to try cleaning up all these problems. That's all. Thank you.
I just want to help him out a little bit. I brought him today. He's one of the business owners that helps do our Christmas things over there on Lugo and Highland. And his restaurant is where the old Long John Silver used to be. And it's we reached, I think that's Sandra's ward, and I gave Sandra a call. I didn't get a call back, but I'll give you a call again. But we're just wanting you guys to get over there and kind of clean up a little bit. And then there's a red curb there that has no municipal code or anything on it. And so we're trying to get that red curb removed so that their customers can come there. Okay.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please state your name.
Harry Hatch, Ward 7. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, City Council. Your agreement with the ACLU, I just got to look at it here today. It appears as though it is invalid on its face. I mean, the agreement is a series of what they call recitals, which is what I would call it too, music to nobody's ears. It indicates, and a lot of it comes from section 1123 of the Evidence Code. Now, 1123 of the Evidence Code talks about what a magistrate can look at and decide. It quotes subsection B, indicating that it is admissibility. Well, it isn't just the admissibility. There's subsection A, B, C, and D. And D says an agreement like this cannot be used to do undue influence upon any of the parties. And this agreement, the way it's written, obviously by the ACLU, is creating undue influence on this body. These people are not representing the people. They're representing one client, one claimant, one. And there's 20,000 plus of us out here that have to suffer. Time to sit up, take notice, and it's time to do the right thing, which is deny that this agreement even has any value. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name.
Hi, my name is Nelson Cabrera, and I'm a business owner at 129 East Highland. And I came here with a concern about the streets, that they are litter every morning, and pretty much it seems like a lot of people here have said the same thing. There's homeless, so I think I've been living in San Bernardino since I was in elementary. So I would like to see San Bernardino clean up and grow to be a better city and keep the businesses here. We don't want businesses to leave because of the trash or the way things are being handled. So I also want to thank you guys. I know I received an award and recognition from the city of San Bernardino for giving back to the community. So I'm just asking for you guys to really try to help businesses stay in San Bernardino by keeping streets clear and maybe helping the homeless issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name.
Good evening. My name is Vince Laster. I'm the Vice President of the Neighborhood Association Council. I'm here tonight to speak on behalf of our members. The Neighborhood Association Council has been around for nearly 30 years, working to improve, empower, and connect San Bernardino neighborhoods. During that time, our neighborhood associations have conducted countless neighborhood cleanups, community events, meetings, and outreaches. Unfortunately, it has become increasingly disheartening to attempt to continue our mission. Our efforts cannot make a difference in the city. Our efforts cannot make a difference if the city does not address the homeless issue. We hear platitudes from the council members, the mayor, the county officials. We hear from the PD and the sheriff department that they are powerless to do anything meaningful. We are told that this is happening everywhere and the courts have made it impossible to fix this problem. We reject these excuses. The City of San Bernardino 2020 to 25 consolidated plan is over 100 pages long. It probably took millions of dollars to conduct these studies and collect the data and publish it. Yet we are 40% of the way through the stated time period, and things have gotten worse, not better. NAC is formally requesting the following information in regards to the homeless issue. Who are the nonprofits that have contracts and receive grants from the city to deal with homelessness? How much money do they receive? Have they ever been audited? If so, what are the results of these audits? Do these nonprofits have plans to continue the care and provide full range of services for these at risk for becoming homeless? When will the Community Development Department publish and post the city website the new report for the housing element? Is there any audit being done yearly for the CDBG funds and the ESG grant, since the money supports social services and provides the shelter operations? Are we collaborating with the county? What has been done? What are the future plans? Can COVID funds be used to help with the rent for housing the homeless? Needless to say, managing the homeless encampments is a public health and a safety concern for all citizens. While the civil rights of homeless should be considered, it must not overshadow the civil rights and quality of life for its housed citizens and businesses. So thank you for your attention in this matter.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name.
Malibu. I have a few things I want to say. One is we have the resource center on FM Baseline. I'm talking to some city people about getting it zoned and everything. The other thing is, I don't know why this TV's right here, because I can't see the city council people, and to me, that's disrespectful to speak to people that you can't see. Okay, that's disrespectful. The other thing is, Ben, I remember when you came up here and said, oh, I can't get a job because I'm city council, this and that. You got the job, you got a raise, you got more money. Look how you show up. That's bad business. Represent this, and it's not funny. Don't grin because you look how you look. That's not professional. And then in the video you got on a hoodie. Come on, stop that. You got the money, you got a raise, this and that. Represent the city properly. Seriously, excuse me? I can't hear you. You don't have to wear a suit. But did you just come from the gym? You're at work, we're paying you now, and then you have a rebuttal. I'm glad you have a rebuttal because you don't even respect the fact that I'm telling you something good. Put some clothes on when you get ready to do a city video, when you get ready to sit in front of the city who's paying your salary now, and you just got a raise, put some clothes on. You don't have to have on a suit, a jacket, or anything. You get on the videos and do that, I don't like none of it.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name.
Hi, my name is Teresa Carlisle, and I'm a resident of San Bernardino. I've lived here about 9 years. I used to be homeless, but I've always had the mentality to just get back to society, you know, do what you gotta do, go to a homeless shelter, utilize things. But the reason I'm here tonight is because we have a homeless crisis. Not everyone who's homeless understands how to make that connect or willing to make the connect. I mean, a lot of people are very reprobate or whatever you want to call it, and I understand everyone's point of view. I really understand. It's messed up everything. It's turned us upside down as a community. Just because they're homeless doesn't mean, you know, that they can't be held accountable. It doesn't mean that they can get away with half the junk they get away with. And I'm not saying that they don't have rights, but we have rights too. It's pretty messed up that, you know, you're new to us, Helen, and you're trying really hard. I see that. And it's so hard. I mean, we could do all that we can, but we got to pull it together. We have to come as a community, and we have to, we could point judgment, but let's try to be a part of the solution instead of the problem. If we get negative, it's going to put everyone back. We got to keep pushing forward. So I didn't even say half the stuff I was planning to say, but it always happens. I work with His Covering Ministry. I used to work with Living Waters and Calvary Chapel San Bernardino homeless ministry. And I've transitioned to His Covering Ministry. I see it both sides. I understand, yeah, they live nasty, and they do. But we can educate them. We can show them, we can step up. We can be the bigger person, and that's hard. But what would Jesus do, right? But we've got to take a step and just work together. Let's not throw darts. Let's try to help each other. Let's try to get along. It's pretty bad because we go to the parks, and I know they're scary parks now. I'm afraid to take my kid over there, but there's a way you could approach it with kid gloves. Maybe not so much gentle all the time, but tough love too, because we got to clean up those parks. It is awful. And then they're like you start driving off back off the freeway. Whoa, they're everywhere. They just pop up, and I'm like, what? And I know they're in a bad situation, but hey, guy, you can go to a shelter. Okay, the shelter's not your jam. Let's figure this out. Problem solve, overcome. If we don't have the mentality to overcome, they're going to overstep their boundary and be bulldogging us and driving us crazy, and the cops are going to be called. Nothing's going to get done. It's going to be sad. So be part of the solution instead of the problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name.
My name is Misty Stevens. I have been a resident of this area for 13 years, but I have lived in San Bernardino or Highland my entire life. Both of my children have attended area schools and have played baseball in the Wildwood League. Our children have had to endure the homelessness issue for years, but it's only getting worse. Our teams are having to endure public defecation, urination, drug use, sexual intercourse, nudity, explicit language, and our parents have been chased and have had their lives threatened. When we have called the police, we have been successful with having them show up one time. All the other times we were told that there are not enough officers or there aren't any officers available to send, and that these individuals have every right to be there. Never mind the nudity, the open drug use, having deadly fentanyl smoke blown towards our practicing children, all of which is against the law. Don't mind the piles of human feces or paraphernalia in the bleachers. These people have the right to be there. Well, I pay to be there. I pay for my son to be in baseball. I pay city, state, and property taxes as a homeowner. My 9-year-old son and the other children his age or younger, whose parents also pay for them to be there, should not have to receive visual lessons in sexual education while trying to practice baseball at the park that they pay to be at. Last night at our community meeting, we were given excuses as to why nothing is being done regarding the blatant law breaking that's happening at our parks, on our sidewalks, our storefronts, and in front of our schools. We were told we have to provide beds for these individuals before they can begin to be removed from these locations. Beds sound great. Getting these people a nice, warm place to sleep is needed and ideal, but what else? Providing a bed is a short-term solution to an increasing humanitarian issue. These individuals are in desperate need of mental help. The majority of them self-medicate with the use of illegal drugs or alcohol, and they never have a chance at a wonderful and productive life. They are in such a dark place that they cannot see the light at the end of the tunnel, and unfortunately, most of them never will. The homeless population life expectancy is the age of 50. We need to help change these people's lives and not place a Band-Aid on their situation. While housing may seem like the solution, this will not get to the root of the issue, and these individuals will remain dependent. With mental health care, these people have an opportunity to be happy and live dignified and fulfilling lives. According to statistics, 3/4 of the population suffer from mental illness or addiction. 30% of the homeless population are disabled. 70% are able to receive a temporary bed. That statistic shows that the majority of the population is able to obtain shelter. They either refuse to do so or they are not mentally capable of making that decision. Senator J.D. Vance had just spoken about this issue last week. He was questioning the housing first without preconditions approach and the lack of productivity that this approach has.
Thank you. Thank you. Madam City Clerk.
Vivian Corey, James Smith, Jack Wolf, Stephen Belloc, Luis Ojeda, Kimberly Miller, and Junior Carrillo.
Thank you. Madam City Clerk, could you accept this information from the speaker? Thank you. Please state your name.
Vivian Corey. Good evening, Council. I'm here today because on April 18, around 5 p.m., a homeless lady charged at our parents after they asked her to put on her clothes back on. See, she was completely nude, spread eagle, sunbathing, facing our Little League children. My son's 8 years old. This Little League is starting from 5 all the way up to about 12 years old. When the parents asked her to please put her clothes back on, she said she was insulted. And then she released her dogs at our parents. Her dogs, because every homeless person at this Wildwood Park has 1 to 4 dogs. I'm sure they don't have any shots or whatever it is. They have them on leashes sometimes. And when they feel like it, they release them on our community, our parents, our children. So when we called the dispatcher went ahead and tell us that, we're not gonna put our officers' lives in danger. We do not respond to dangerous situations of homeless. We can choose to not send our officers. This is what dispatch told us. They tell us when we call for help that there's not enough police officers. This is our children. We're asking for help. The nakedness of these homeless people is evident. You can't hide it. We can't hide it. And they're getting to a point where they don't want to hide it. We have pictures of them having sex with a small towel covering themselves out on the grass, not in a tent, and they're in front of our children at 2 p.m. on game Saturdays. They're there at 5 p.m. My children practice 3 times, and we have games every day. There is a Little League game there or practice. There's 3 fields, and they're covered. Every inch of that park in Wildwood is covered with these homeless people having sex. They're shooting a parent right there sitting in front of my children can see them. They have these dogs. They'll release them on you. Don't you dare talk to them or ask them to please put their clothes back on. We have a picture of a naked man by the trash can, completely naked. I don't even think he has shoes or socks on. And he's just waving his private parts around to our children to see. I don't think that's fair to ask when we call for the police for help to please come and arrest criminals. I don't think it's fair to turn around and tell my 8-year-old, sorry, Mason, but the police won't come and help us. So I am here today to please plead with you and the council to please help us to simply enforce laws and even just more presence of the police. There's no presence there. There's no police there. Just at least having police officers maybe might make somebody feel at ease and our children feel safer at their games and practices. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name.
Yes, Honorable Mayor, I'm James Smith, a lifetime resident of the city of San Bernardino. I was here in 1977. We were an All-America city, and we're going to become an All-America city again. But we have to change the attitude of our public. I think we need to basically talk about the positive things that are happening in the city of San Bernardino. There are many, many positive things happening. And it starts with the Park and Rec Department that has received prestigious awards recently as the top Park and Rec Department in the state of California. Let's give this Gutfield a big round of applause because of that. I learned today that they have a $25,000 visual performance arts grant that goes into effect later this month. Let's give them a round of applause for that. We can't change the city overnight, but we need to change our attitude. It's called image. And that's how we need to work diligently to every day to show the good part of the city of San Bernardino. We have a very popular mayor who won a resounding victory, and let's support her for what she does for the city of San Bernardino. We have 7 council people that are working very hard in their wards to make things happen. Let's talk about positive things, what they're doing, not criticize them for other items that, frankly, are not important. We need to turn around the city We're not the only city in this area that has a homeless problem. Look at the city of Los Angeles. You don't think they have a homeless problem? And they're spending billions of dollars and trying to solve that problem. We have institutions in San Bernardino that are very, very important. The Elks Lodge just celebrated their 120th anniversary in the city of San Bernardino. The Native Sons of the Golden West, we recently sold our building, and one of the reasons was because of the homeless situation. I agree with that. However, we're meeting now at the Enterprise Building, and it's proven to be a very good transition for our organization. We've been in town here since 1957, and we're going to be here for another 57 years. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name.
Good evening. My name is Jack Wolf, and welcome, Mayor and City Councilman. This is about Measure S. And you can Google San Bernardino City, and it will show you that San Bernardino City is one of the most dangerous high-crime cities per capita in the nation. The people in San Bernardino are so concerned about this, they said, we'll pay for more police if you can get them. So what happened was we have Measure S on the ballot. We voted for it, it passed. The money was funded. The money was there right then, and it's here right now to hire more police. I called the San Bernardino City Police Department training on May 1st. They said that the city council, 7 city council members, are the only ones in this world that authorize the amount of sworn police officers that the city has. They're the only 7 right there. They're authorized 297 right now, which was the same amount before Measure S was even on the ballot. Nothing changed. Okay, they have 297 authorized. Right now they have 258 available. They have 23 people in training that have never been police officers before. It takes 6 months to train one new police or person. Now, when Measure S first passed, that showed the city mayor and council that the citizens want more police right now. What they should have done was say, let's advertise nationwide and get seasoned police from across the nation. Let's hire brand new people. Let's get this amount up to 400 sworn police officers. So what happened with the mayor and the city council? They did nothing. There's no hurry. We got the money for Measure S. We'll spend it wherever we want, but it won't be on the police. I was at a meeting last night, and a police lieutenant, he was there, and this was about the homeless people in San Bernardino. And he says, you know what? I just drove from the police station to 40th Street, and I didn't see one single police car all the way here. He said, we need more police. People there were saying, what these people here are saying, there's naked people in the park, they're doing drugs, they're sleeping in tents, they're doing this, they're doing that. And why don't the police show up? He said, we don't have the police. We need more police. So I think the 8 of you up there should hurry up and get advertised nationwide.
Thank you.
Advertised nationwide.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name.
Kimberly Miller. I am a resident of Ward 5 by Cal State, and I do see a lot of homeless people, but I'm a social worker by trade. I worked 6.5 years in the LA County Jail, and I was a release planner, and I saw firsthand the revolving door. I had clients that were coming in for little to big things, but it got progressively worse. But here's my problem. Everybody keeps talking about the homeless a lot, and the thing is there's so many different dynamics, and without the help of social workers working even with the police like they do in LA. They've had the SMART team. I don't know if it fell apart because of funding, but they have teams that go out. And I've called Department of Behavioral Health Access Unit, and they would tell me, what crisis team? We don't have a crisis team. PMRT comes out 24/7, and there are designated social workers in LA that go out and walk the streets of Skid Row, and that's what they're doing. We're foot soldiers, and we need to be used. The only issue that we have right now is that we're not only in a homeless crisis in the state of California, we also have a social work crisis. There's only 26,664 licensed social workers to be able to write 5150 holds. We only have, I want to say 25,000 psychiatrists in the whole state of California, and that's not enough. So you can't imagine that we only have a very handful of mental health people that truly can help. Department of Behavioral Health works with, of course, the county and the county problems, but we need to have the police working with social work. I'm going to be all over the place if I'm not careful, but I also saw that, or was informed that Pete Aguilar just secured $4 million in federal funds for securing affordable housing. However, I feel that it's very puzzling how that meaning is tossed around. That word is like a cliche, like say no to drugs. And I have a double-sided issue about that. Affordable housing for homeless and vulnerable populations of people, and the issue of being able to afford to purchase land for people that are normal residents in the limits of the city, and especially when you have several members in the family living together. I just had a recent issue about trying to ask if I could buy a piece of land up on Meyer Road in Vermont, and I found out that the real estate agent is from Long Beach.
Thank you. Madam City Clerk? Please state your name.
My name is Stephen Belak. Good evening, Mayor, City Council, and audience. Thank you for coming. I'm a community activist. I'm a San Bernardino Army veteran and a 33-year homeowner here. I've been serving the city for 12 years in many functions, and as last year, I was made Arts and Historical Commissioner for Ward 1. Thank you, Theodore. Appreciate that, and everyone else that voted. I, like Robert Porter, love San Bernardino too. And I'm here to voice my concerns about all the kids and people that have a breathing or health issues that may have a negative impact from the crush and grind happening at the mall. I'm wondering, at any time, was there any type of environmental impact report done or filed based on the illegal crush that took place 6 weeks ago that I understand was halted because it was illegal? I'm just asking questions. I'm not pointing fingers. Well, I sure hope so, because we're all breathing the same air. I'd rather not be inhaling something with possible toxins with no information on what's in the air or how long it's going to be in the area. I'm no scientist, but grinding on site has to have some type of fallout and repercussions. Has this been investigated thoroughly? And if so, please let the good citizens of San Bernardino see all the reports. Make it public information. Be transparent. Because I'm unaware of any of the hazards that may or may not be there, and I am sure there are many others like me. I bring this all up because as a child, I had respiratory problems, sinus and autoimmune issues. I feel for many others in our city that can be affected adversely. I understand there is a no grinding with 2 limits from the homes, but there are homes within 2 miles of the proximity of the mall. I would love to hear more and see more facts about this. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name.
Junior Creel. I was going to write something, but I just thought I'd speak from my heart. I went to a meeting last night, and I heard the anger, the concern, and I was there 5 years ago. I wasn't involved in the city. I saw it going bad. I've been in my home for 40 years, my personal home for 40 years. I went to Monterey Elementary School. I went to Sturgis Junior High. I went to Pacific High School. 8 brothers and sisters graduated Pacific High School. I mean, we are long-term residents. And what I heard last night was the same thing I felt 5 years ago. And what I did is I said, what can I do personally to make this city better? I was thankful I met Fred. Fred put me on one commission. I'm now on another commission. And I know we're making small impacts, but we're making a little bit of impact. And we've got to look at the positive side. We can complain about all the negative. I mean, this city, let's be honest, it's in a mess right now. But complaining about the mess is not going to get anything done. I mean, we need to look for solutions. And you know what? If there was a solution to homeless right now, I wouldn't be a millionaire, I'd be a billionaire. I'd be on the way to DC, and with a solution, nobody seems to have a solution. Would 100 million change the homelessness? No. Would another 100 PD change? No. Would we change the whole council, change the mayor? Would that change anything? No. What we got to understand is, I saw 3 council people at that meeting last night, and they were walking around tables just speaking. And you know what? To be honest with you, they were getting beat up. And it's tough. I was going to run for council, but for the simple reason what I see. I feel I can be a bigger impact being on a committee. And I'm here to tell you that there's not a single council person out here that doesn't agree with your concerns. There's not a single council person, including the mayor, that doesn't want to get rid of this homelessness, that doesn't want to get crime gone. I mean, we have a chief of police that came from a really nice city to come to help us. You know, we got a homeless advocate. We got people from Upland that did lateral to come to this city. That's unheard of. PD to do a lateral to come to San Bernardino. That's unheard of. But I'm here to say that if you get on board, if you have a problem with the mayor, your council, go sit with them. If you have a problem with the chief, go sit with them. They're everyday people. And you know what? They really do want the best for our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name.
Hello, my name is Luis Ojeda, President and founder of We Are the Change. And I'm very happy today because I see that our club is growing. You know, it's always the same people. And now I'm seeing many more. So welcome, guys. Make more often. See, this is exactly the problem, you know. Our community is reactive, okay? We're not proactive. We react to problems. I mean, I've been in San Bernardino for almost 5 years, and I've been hearing the same thing over and over and over again. I could complain like everyone else, but me and my volunteers, we decide to do something. That's why we call our group, We Are the Change. And now we need to think about this. You know, we're pointing fingers at the 7 council members, the mayor, but I think we need to think a little bit bigger. I think all our problems come from Washington, D.C. and Sacramento. Because if you think about it, in California, it's like a one-party state. We have a super majority, one party. I'm not gonna name the crazy liberals. And I didn't say it, okay? And then on the assembly, and then we have the same thing on the Senate. And then, you know, we have the same in D.C. When they make stealing, you know, legal, I mean, you steal $500 is a misdemeanor nowadays. So basically, when you have groups want to defund the police and the community not coming out to support the police, well, now it's always the same thing. You know, they cry the blues about the police not helping, but when they don't need them, they go after them. But when they don't show up, oh, they don't show up, right? So, but anyway, so that's what I have to say about the homelessness. So hopefully you guys will come and voice your concerns, not only to them, but to your county officials, your state, and your federal. That's what the problem is. So now to go with the positive, so come and join us this coming Saturday, May 6th. We're going to be celebrating Cinco de Mayo for Peace, okay? And it's going to be from 5 to 11, Court Square, okay, right there on E and Court. So it's going to be a very nice event, okay? And now I want to take the opportunity to thank staff, assistant city manager, interim city manager, and all the wonderful people that have put up with us, because trust me, we have put them through hell, and they've been pretty good. So thank you guys. You have done an awesome job. I really appreciate you guys. Thank you, Mr. Charles. They came through, okay? So thank you guys.
Thank you. Madam City Clerk?
Victor Beecham, Max Zuhir, Miriam Nieto, and Rocio Aguayo.
Please state your name.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Victor Beecham. I'm the Assistant Director of Operation New Hope. And I've sat here and I've listened to a lot of valid complaints. And it's true that it is an epidemic of homelessness throughout the nation. But I have to stand here and say, honestly, I'm thankful for the council. I'm thankful for the mayor, Mayor Tran, Councilman Sanchez, Councilman Alexander, and all of you that sit there, because I know that each of you put forth your best effort. It's a crisis on our hand as a nation, but there is good work that you're doing. I'm thankful that you have funded Operation New Hope in various areas, that we are proactive. We're trying to stop the homelessness before it starts. We're trying to help the homelessness as they become homeless and re-enter into community. But I want to just give a quick report. I'm thankful for the RFP for Home Key that's going to call in for collaborators and agencies to work with the city of San Bernardino to address this homeless matter, that you guys have opened the door for others to collaborate with you and make change. There are a lot of agencies that have many years of service. Operation New Hope has been serving people for over 40 years, and we help people in prison and on the streets. But even more so, we want to give you a shout out, Mayor Tran and the council, for those that came to the resource fair, because we were able to give over 200 families food that didn't have food. We were able to feed over 100 people a meal. We connected with over 30 people that needed mental health services. And the list goes on. We have almost 90 members that participate in our reentry program, and over 55 of them are employed currently. We have a youth reinvestment grant where we take kids and we show them other opportunities in life other than the things that they're seeing in the streets of San Bernardino. I just want to shine some light on the good that you're doing. And I know it's a hard road. And we at Operation New Hope thank you, and we're here to support you. And we're looking forward to San Bernardino being built back better. I've been here since 1978. I've seen it at its best, I've seen it at its worst, but I know it can become greater. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name.
Good evening. My name is Rocio Aguayo. I'm a resident of the First Ward, and I work with Just San Bernardino, and we're a member of the Something Better for San Bernardino Coalition and the Airport Coalition. I heard some things about the Director of Community Housing and Economic Development, Nathan Freeman, and City Planner, that they had resigned. And I want to say thank you for your time, if that's true. But moving forward, we really need a community panel to be involved in making sure that we find someone who's going to stick around and do the work. And then the other thing I wanted to talk about was the Carousel Mall. We really need a CBA around that, and it needs to be written in the new RFP if that's what's going to happen. And our coalition is willing to work with anybody who is going to do that work. And then the last thing I want to talk about is the Inland Valley Development Agency, the IVDA. If you don't know what that is, it's the airport authority. And our city has 3 representatives there, 2 from Colton, 2 from the county, and I believe 2 from Loma Linda. We have 3 people who are sitting there: Sandra Ibarra, Juan Figueroa, and Mayor Helen Tran. And at the last meeting, Fred Charette, the alternate, showed up and embarrassed our city. He did not support Mayor Tran being voted for vice chair, and that's super embarrassing that you're gonna show up to a meeting and not show that we have unity among a regional board. And I don't know if you really are interested in what's best for this city, Fred Charette, because that was not okay. Sandra Ibarra, she went and she did her job and represented our city, nominating Mayor Tran, and you wanted to say that she's inexperienced. What is she doing right now? She's chairing this meeting. She chairs every meeting. So how is she inexperienced? And then second of all, you said she was busy. She was in Sacramento advocating for homeless resources, for Patton Hospital, which I believe is in your district. So you should be thanking her for doing that. But instead you went behind her back and voted against her and not represent this city well. So I hope that you reconsider being a council member, because that's not you doing your job. Thank you.
Please state your name.
Good evening. My name is Max here. I'm the owner of Celebrity Sports Grill. I think some of you guys know and seen me posting random messages on social media. And we had a meeting yesterday with the community, and gratefully we had some of our representatives showed up. One thing we do understand that we're all in this together. And I'm not going to speak everybody else did a great job about acknowledging the homeless issue. But the issue is, unless we separate who is homeless and who's dysfunctional society members, we will not be able to solve this problem, because shelter is not the only way we can resolve this crisis. Let's say we build shelters, we put everyone in the shelters. Is that going to guarantee that we will resolve the homeless issues? The answer is no. And then second thing, yesterday I asked a question that when will we be able to, because I do understand this state law, the statute that's uphold that cities cannot move homeless unless we have enough beds and shelters. Well, the question was, how many beds are we going to get and when will the shelter be built? The answer was 300 beds, and the shelter will take anywhere from 8 to 18 months. So, the issue is our homeless is growing at 17% annually. So how is that going to resolve the issue? And then lastly, I'm here to say is, what can we do as a community? I'm involved, a part of a lot of organizations so we can all work together and resolve this crisis, because it seems like you guys see the same thing as we do. I see a little bit more because I'm on 40th Street. I'm there 16 hours a day. I've been there for 10 years. I have seen a lot of countless things. My building was burned at least 4 times. 2 Saturdays ago, a homeless pulled a gun on me. We managed to disarm him. Police arrested him and released him 4 hours later. He came back, stashed my tires, and the report is there. So we're all frustrated, but I'm not here to pinpoint the blame, because the blame is not on you. It's a society issue that we all need to come together and resolve this. So what I'm asking is, please outreach the community. Please get connected with organizations to see what we can do to resolve this crisis, so we can leave this city, this community better for our next generation than we got it ourselves. And that's my goal. So I want you guys to be on board, and let's work together so we can resolve this crisis. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name.
Hello, Council, and Mayor Tran. My name is Miriam Nieto, and I am a co-director with Just San Bernardino. We are here today May 3rd, 2023. We are starting to see glimpses of progress in our city. The 2020-50 vision is out, and we are making progress towards Parks master plan. We are almost seeing a more balanced dose of development in the city, which is a positive sign. Finally, there are conversations taking place around interconnections between the community and our city government. However, there is also a downside to this progress. We have an interim city manager and limited qualified staff in our city government. Our director of community and economic development, along with our city planner, have resigned. This raises questions. Who is currently running our city? Who will run our city government? As residents of this city, we have brought forth progress through our hard work and dedication. We deserve stability and a government that can work with us to achieve goals that make San Bernardino work for all people. Although with lack of government support, residents and organizations are taking actions to improve our community and our efforts will be futile if there is no collaboration with the city government. In order to make significant changes on a larger scale, both the community and the government need to work together. As an involved resident, I share the frustration and disappointment of those who have fully and willingly volunteered their time to better our community, but have seen no support and reciprocity from the city government. Despite this, I have also seen changes in progress that I want to acknowledge. While it's easy to be angry, we need to recognize a path forward that is bigger than any one individual. It is essential to acknowledge the hard work and dedication of those who care for this city and who have inspired us to believe in a path forward. We need to continue advocating for our needs and working towards progress while engaging with the interim city manager and limited staff to ensure that city government is doing its part. We may also need to bring in new qualified staff to the city who are as committed as the community is to building an equitable San Bernardino. Working with the community towards progress and change that works for all. This is what we're looking for from you guys. You guys are our city leaders, and even though there may be progress, we are seeing a few of you that we are keeping an eye on. Fred Charette, Teddy Sanchez, and Juan Figueroa. We need more representation from you, not just here and walking around the streets, but also in the federal government. Do your job, represent us, and work with the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam City Clerk?
That concludes the in-person speakers. We'll move on to Zoom. The speaker with the last four digits, 3548, if you could please unmute your mic and address the council. You have 3 minutes. It was 3548.
Please state your name.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, please state your name.
Paula, my name is Paula Plunk. Our truth is not complaining, so shut up about that, gentlemen. San Bernardino residents, Mayor Tran, this council city management has lied to you, and they will continue to do so. They take your votes and spit on them like they have for the veterans that rest uneasy in the Riverside National Cemetery tonight and our local cemeteries. They are voter suppressors and don't want your children to survive this ongoing onslaught of lies told to them under their color of power. The council and city management dare bow your heads in prayer tonight? You're lucky Jesus Christ didn't walk in that room and flip a table out from under you all. Your omissions of facts is lying, council and city management, and here we go again, as usual, as always. As a first Asian mayor in a union meeting, you called Mayor Tran the council monsters. So your speech about inclusive is bullshit, Mayor, and you're a bully. The council and Mayor Tran passed the homeless state of emergency plan in 2023, February 1. San Bernardino residents, 2022. 2022! They knew and they lied. The parts of this plan were a sham because then CM Robert Fields, then Karen, Thomas Rice, BB&K, you should be fired immediately. ACLU signed a legal binding agreement that completely preempts part of the emergency plan. So again, our unhoused are used for photo ops and for a dog and pony show, and they all knew about it. Their deception continues in having a bougie homeless party as celebrities with cops involved, the owner who wanted to be a wannabe human trafficker dumped our homeless in LA with zero qualifications. What are you all, council and city management, tonight? Predators and the residents are left to be the prey. The weaponizing of the consent calendar continues by allowing number 23 to even be allowed as a discussion item. Interim, this is not what this agreement is about, and you know it. The raping of this community will stop. Council and management, Director Daniel Hernandez and Ms. Pan need to go. They spewed silica all over our children. They colluded with the Judas Council of Five with the Burtech lie. Get them out. Stop trying to negotiate with city residents for more time. You are impotent, Mr. McNeely, which makes you unimportant in this ongoing battle for freedom against the tyrannical dictatorship that is the current city management and the Gang of Four and Mr. Alexander. The city charter is under siege by Mayor Tran and her henchmen to destroy it. But my God, you will all stand up with the city charter and the 60% of the residents who voted for it, whether you all like it or not. Senator Ibarra, you show up for these meetings or get out. You're $500,000 crying jag on taxpayers'
Thank
money
you.
in a course of
Your time is up. Thank you, ma'am. Next speaker.
My murder son's honor. You recall Kitty Sanchez already boosted it up.
Madam City Clerk, can you mute her? Next speaker.
Okay, the next speaker, 6223. Please unmute your mic. You have 3 minutes to address the council.
Please state your name. Thank you.
Hello. Hello.
We can hear you. Please state your name.
Hello, hello.
We can hear you. Can you hear us?
Hello.
Okay.
We just go to the next speaker?
Hello.
Can you hear us? You might want to unmute us.
Hello.
Madam City Clerk, let's go to the next speaker.
Speaker with the last 4 digits, 1660. You have 3 minutes to address the council. Please unmute your mic.
Hello. I cannot hear you.
Can you hear us?
Speaker with the last 4 digits, 1660. Can you please unmute your mic? You have 3 minutes to address the council.
Please state your name, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can. Please state your name and you can begin.
On K. Shanin, voters of San Bernardino, the City Council and Mayor continue to lie to you and deceive you. They demonize you when you disagree with their vote. They deflect responsibility upon you when their agendas are discovered and fail. They refuse to approve or post the minutes for any of these meetings so you cannot go back and see what their voting record is. They refuse to publicize YouTube page to hide these meetings you want to watch. They hold emergency closed sessions to hide decisions when the subject is neither an emergency nor does it qualify for a closed session. They celebrate the demolition of the Carousel Mall despite that illegal concrete construction will occur on site within a quarter mile of downtown housing and businesses. Mr. Sanchez, Ms. Ibarra, Mr. Figueroa, Mr. Charette, and Mr. Alexander all voted for this last December 7th, the 81st anniversary of the attack on Pearl Harbor. How fitting. Remember, Mr. Sanchez says that crushing is good for the development of the city. He doesn't care about the development of you or your family. They disregard state law while negotiating the development and sale of the Carousel Mall site. They allowed the city directors to continue to work despite knowing these directors enabled and encouraged these violations. Although Nathan Freeman has apparently resigned, directors Daniel Hernandez, Susan Pan, and Ken Watson are still employed by the city and need to be fired. Nathan Freeman does not take any responsibility for his actions and blames you, the voting public, for his resignation. City attorneys from BB&K colluded in this, said nothing, and is still representing the city. They need to be fired. Ms. Mayor Tran did not participate in this fraud, but is now pushing with Mr. Sanchez, Mr. Ibarra, Mr. Figueroa, Mr. Surratt, and Mr. Alexander to the end of development of the Riverwalk with RDICO and bad faith, so they may bring in their own developers for their own projects and fill their own coffers. They think a $100,000 penalty will stop any million-dollar suit. This tells all developers not already in the pockets of this council and mayor, the city of San Bernardino negotiated in bad faith. Such a wonderful city. The council and mayor passed homelessness state of emergency on February 1st, 2023, ignoring the fact that in August of 2022, former city manager Robert Field and city attorney Rice signed a legally settlement with the ACLU and their clients that preempts parts of the state of emergency. This makes the state of emergency worthless. Many on the council knew this and yet said nothing. I wonder how many council members and police officers attended the anti-homelessness party at Celebrity Sports.
Your time is up. Thank you so much.
Speaker with the last four digits, 1311. You have 3 minutes to address the council. Please unmute your mic.
Please state your name.
Good evening, council. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please state your name.
My name is Marie Robinson. I am a member of the 2nd Ward, Sandra Ibarra's ward. I was going to initially have a lot of bad negative things to say, but I listened to one of the speakers earlier who said if we continue to talk negative about the city, we can't expect positivity. So I'm not going to be negative, but I am going to say that I feel like I've lived in this ward for more than 5 years now. If there are events that Sandra Ibarra goes to speak to the residents in her ward, I'd like to know where they are because they're not here. I'm at 1441 Sepulveda, right around the corner from Paris Hills Park. But if there are community events where you are there to hear our concerns, Ms. Ibarra, I have no idea where you are or where they are. I have come to the council before to say this, but you have allowed a property management company to pretty much hold its residents hostage and live in filth. And you guys have done nothing about it. And it's been complained about consistently. I know I have. I know that when I called the other day to complain, I was told by the lady who answered the phone, what is going on in that complex? You cannot tell me that you guys are not aware of what is going on. These people have changed their name 3 or 4 times. They have had the same practices for years. They are allowed to rent and raise rent yearly doing their minimum. I have had the ceiling collapse in this apartment, not once, but twice. I have mold in the bathroom, not once, not twice, but 3 times. I have called code enforcement. Code enforcement came out, cited them in December, did not show up to see if any of the repairs were done until March. And at that time, we explained to him, hey, all they did was paint over it. We still are going to have leaks, and we're still having problems. You can see the wall buckling now. Well, until it leaks, nothing we can do about it. We got to do better. I understand everything that's happening, and I know you guys are working hard. And I know Councilman Alexander and Councilman Calvin, I've seen them at several events. And Councilman Reynoso as well. I've seen you guys all over the city, and that's great. But Sandra Ibarra, your ward needs to see you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to return to that one caller. Last 4 digits, 6223. Please unmute your mic. You have 3 minutes to address the council.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, and please state your name.
My name is Georgia. Okay, so you can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Perfect. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members. I want to thank you in advance for your attention and consideration again for what I'm going to talk to you about.
much of which you are already aware of. I know you have much on your plate. It's been a pretty brutal evening so far, but I come to repeat the same, that I don't want you to forget about the voiceless in our community. I am asking that you please include consideration for all the companion animals living with and among the homeless community while you are putting together this homeless plan. Otherwise, they will end up at the shelter, most likely killed. I want to thank you, Mayor Tran, for appointing Angela Halfman of Cause for San Bernardino Paws Rescue Organization to the Animal Control Commission. I see that she has served before and thankful that Angela will continue to volunteer. I am surprised with the other appointee since the resolution does state that members are appointed to the commission on the quote unquote, the basis of demonstrated knowledge and experience in the area of animal care, animal husbandry, wild animals, animal behavior, or other areas which relate to the mission and purpose of the commission. I do not see this type of background with this other appointee. I'm wondering if this is because no one else is stepping forward to volunteer. We really need the people in our community to get involved. As you all continue to appoint people to the vacant or expired seats of this Animal Control Commission, I ask that you please keep in mind that we are dealing with a critical situation and must work together to come up with a viable solution facing our city and hope that all are prepared to hit the ground running. Understanding of animal control and rescue environment is vital to getting the situation under control without having to continue killing. Our shelter continues to remain over capacity with all the animals that are dumped either legally or illegally. The unlawful backyard breeders who continue adding more puppies into an already overwhelmed community, and unacceptable lack of repercussions for those that neglect and mistreat our companion animals, including enforcement of the laws already in place. We must also work towards a policy that does not kill adoptable animals and to stop killing animals because we need to make room for more. Presently, we do not have enough responsible people adopting animals, and our local rescue organizations are drowning without enough resources and support to continue saving many of these animals. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you for listening. You're welcome.
Mayor, we're receiving these public comment slips that were turned into staff prior to the cutoff. Nathaniel Moore and Marva Castro.
Please come up to the podium. You can turn on the mic and speak. State your name again.
Hello? My name is Nathaniel Moore, and my comment was about homeless. My park that I go to is Paris Hill Park, and every time I pass through, I just see much of homeless people, and I keep on seeing more and more every day. And when I walked up the hill with my grandma and my dog, there's just a lot of homeless just stacking onto the mountains, and it's really unsafe. And they could cause a lot of problems to the community in San Bernardino. So the only thing I wanted to say was just if we could fix this problem, because I don't want homeless people, and nor does anyone else. And so, yeah, that's basically all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you so much and great job. Thank you. Next speaker, please state your name.
Oh, hello. Hi, my name is Marva Castro, and I wear different hats, but one of the things that concern me about San Bernardino is because of the fact that, can you hear me? Okay. I also had worked with the program for community development block grants in New York, community service block grants in Maryland, was involved in looking at the homeless problem, and was involved in also doing research at looking at different issues of how government could take a look at maybe addressing the issue, and that's why I came. I came because many times we talk about a problem, but I always say, if you have nothing to add, don't talk. And I know that if you want even me to participate, to help, even just to volunteer, sit on a board, consult, whatever, I know I have a lot to offer because I've worked within the area. I look at it and I see the problem being one that it cannot be solved, you're right, by what we're looking at, but with an interdepartmental connectivity, where you find that the Justice Department is working with the human resources, working with the social service, working with the nonprofit organizations, where we look at the buildings. We have empty buildings, because I used to be involved even with the grants. You have empty buildings that nonprofits can get, even for $1 or $2, that they can at least begin to start looking. All of the homeless are not cannot be housed in the same place. When I looked at a problem years ago, some of them are chronic homeless, and therefore they cannot be housed in, let's say, in the regular homeless shelters. They may be housed more in a commune area. That's why they feel comfortable coming together and being able to mingle, because that's their family and that's how they see it. So we have to look at the problem from all different aspects. And all I'm saying is, I know I don't have enough time, but if you are interested, I'm willing, Mayor, to sit with you. I remember when you were walking around in the area, I talked for a few minutes with you and others who were going around. And I try not to get too involved, but I know that I have a lot to offer, and it's not right just sitting back, seeing the problem, knowing that I could at least reach out. I'm a pastor, I'm also a doctor, not MD, in a different field. But the point I'm saying is I have a lot to offer, and I'm just offering myself right now, okay? Thank you very much. I just wanted to be heard.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
That concludes public comment.
Thank you, everyone, for all of your comments. We are really noting all of your comments, and I know our city manager will be responding to some of that when we have our city manager report coming up, right?
I think we had one more phone caller that kept saying hello, hello. Did they hang up?
That was the last Zoom speaker.
That wasn't that speaker.
It was the same phone number twice.
Okay, so we're moving on to the next item on the agenda. It's city manager's report. So, presentation first? After the presentation, and okay.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. Got a couple updates for you. First is, last week the county released its homeless point in time count from back in January. Countywide, the total number of homeless grew from 3,333 to 4,195, which was an increase of 862 individuals, or 26%. That was widely reported, but what was not widely reported were the City of San Bernardino numbers. San Bernardino's total number of homeless individuals based on the count increased year over year from 1,350 to 1,502, an increase of 152 individuals, or 11%. They broke down that total. Of that total, the number of unsheltered individuals rose from 992 to 1,017, an increase of 25, or 3%. And our number of sheltered homeless rose from 358 to 485, an increase of 127, or 35%. This is based on a one-time point-in-time count back in January. The bottom line is that San Bernardino remains the city with the highest number of homeless in the county, and based upon the count, San Bernardino now has just under 36% of the total number of homeless in the county of San Bernardino. Yesterday, Congressman Aguilar presented $4 million in federal funds to 2 affordable housing projects in San Bernardino. Joined by Mayor Tran and Supervisor Baca, the congressman presented $1 million for an infill project featuring a manufactured home and accessory dwelling units on Ramona Avenue. The project is being done by NPHS. And also $3 million were presented to the County Housing Authority to fund a community resource center as part of the next phase of the affordable housing at Arrowhead Grove. Many of you know Arrowhead Grove is the site of the former Waterman Gardens. That's been a huge successful project. There's a whole large area that has not been developed, and they're moving forward on that will include a resource center that will be funded by Congressman Aguilar and the federal government. This is the 20th anniversary of the San Bernardino sister city relationship with Goyang, Korea. And last week, yes, that's great news. Goyang is one of 11 sister cities that the city enjoys. Parks and Recreation and Community Service led an effort to collect a collection of art and vases that were sent to Goyang in celebration, and they will be showcased in an international horticulture show considered to be the premier international flower exhibition. We're very grateful for the art that was donated by Stephen Belak and Adam Aguilar, and the vases were made by Alkira Mendoza, including one made at the Garcia Center and dedicated to the memory of Ernie Garcia. A couple last quick things. On Monday, after a 3-year absence, the Maker Space at Feldheim Library reopened. It will be open the first Monday of every month and feature CAD drawing, 3D printers, Cricut machines, along with other hands-on activities. And finally, the city of San Bernardino this weekend, it was announced this week or last week that this coming week, the Southern California Association of Governments announced the San Bernardino is winning the Sustainability Award for Alternative Fuels and Infrastructure for its Zero Emissions First Clean Fleet policy. And I believe Mayor Tran and Councilmember Alexander will be present to receive that award. And we're very pleased that SCAG's recognizing San Bernardino for its clean fleet efforts. With that, I'll turn it over to the city manager.
Thank you, Jeff. Mr. City Manager?
Madam Mayor, members of the council, I'd like to spend a few moments, if I can, responding to a couple of the items that I think bear responding to. One is there was a comment about the police officers and actually not hiring any police officers. I think that was a comment. I just want to, for the record, let the public know that over the last 3 years, we've hired some 39 police officers. And we are continuing to move forward to get those filled. Thanks to the council, you've added positions. So we're getting bodies as fast as we can. So that is happening. The enforcement is stepping up, but it is a process that we are constantly involved in. I also want to clarify for the record, Measure S, that did pass, but it was not specifically for police. It was a general fund, revenue increase, and so that went to all city services that you as a council go through every budget year and you make allocations about where you want to spend that money based upon your priorities. So I want to clarify that. The second item I want to respond to, there was a comment about the street vendors. And I'd like for the community to know that, and I was at a meeting, I think the mayor was there very recently, called by the county, where we had a number of agencies who are struggling with the same thing, from Fontana throughout Colton, all the cities. And I will tell you that all of them going around talking about the challenges they face, San Bernardino was the most effective city when it came to dealing with street vendors. Number one. And in fact, people were asking our code enforcement officer, what are you doing that we need to learn lessons from you about what you're doing? So we are far ahead of the game. Now, and they ought to be complimented for that. Does that mean we're perfect? No, we still got a lot of work to do. We recognize that. But what I learned is that the bulk of the problems that we have with street vendors are not from vendors from this city. They are people who are coming in from outside the city. And so we've got to take a look at how we can deal with that particular issue. But I can assure you that your code enforcement officers are outstanding. They're doing a great job. and we need to recognize that. At the same time, we want to keep encouraging them to go after the violations that we're incurring. So I wanted that to be said. Now I'd like to turn, if I can, to a lot of the comments that have been made about the homeless situation. And the things I just think are bear repeating, pointing out, is the fact that, I've been here 3 months, almost, I think. It was very clear to me walking in the door where the council was on this one. I mean, every single one of you said homelessness is a big priority. And nothing like walking into a position as inner city manager and you're told right off the back, you're on the hot seat. This is something we want you to take care of. And I understand that. And so we have been working very hard to address this. The council established the emergency resolution to move forward with that. That's gotten done. I spent some time out in the community. I've gone to a number of the town hall meetings, met with residents. I've gone to a number of the parks and looked at the parks, the streets. And I know people are frustrated. And residents are angry, they're upset. I get it. And you have every right and reason to be upset when you go out and you see what's going on. But let me share with you the fact that we are not sitting idly by and not working very hard to deal with this problem. In fact, the city attorney, my office, the housing department, code enforcement are working in unison to bring this council some specific proposals in a couple of weeks to target and to go after this. There are two basic elements that we know that we have to deal with. One is that we have a responsibility to provide additional shelters. We get that. And so Cassandra and her team are working very hard to make that happen. In fact, we are trying to schedule a special workshop, thanks to Councilman Charette, on these special workshops. We're being proactive. Thank you. But we are being proactive because the council has asked us to be proactive. And so we're coming before you, and we're going to do two specific things, two asks. One is that we get approval to move aggressively with some contracts that will allow us to build new shelters, facilities, within a 4-month time frame. I think I have that right, Cassandra, is that correct? 4 months, and Cassandra and her staff are to be commended. They are just working extremely hard to make this happen because we know we have to deal, we know we have a problem, we have to be compassionate with the homeless. There are medical issues, there are drug issues, a whole host of problems that we need to be compassionate about. And she's working to do that and to link up with the other agencies, regional agencies that are here already in our midst and trying to form partnerships with them. But that's step one. The second step is, and I want to thank the city attorney's office for helping with and code enforcement. Our goal is to bring to you a proposed plan that will allow us to go after these encampments, because that's what people are complaining about. And so part of that we are looking at, and the attorney, as I said, I'm going to put her out on limb on this one. But what we are looking at is finding some ways that we can terminate this ACLU agreement so that we are not encumbered by this any longer. But again, I have to compliment her and her team, I mean, all of us working together to try to find a solution. So I just need to reemphasize to the community that this council is committed. This council is doing every single thing that they can and ought to be commended for the work that they're doing. They're working in unison. My job as city manager is to produce for you. You can't do anything unless your staff brings you the hard work and the recommendations, and then you evaluate that and you say, yes, we want to do this, and no, we don't want to do that. But we have an obligation to you to bring this forward. So we're looking at the next couple of weeks, setting a special meeting where we can bring this to you and get down to business. But for the community, let me say this. We are not your enemies. We are here as staff and council to work with you. And I think several of the speakers pointed that out. If we're going to solve this, it's going to be because we work together as a team, not because we fight each other, but because we honestly, as a community, come together and we work to solve this together. That's the only way that's going to happen. So I would ask the community, not for your patience, but for your support for this council and staff to be able to deal with this problem. And where we make missteps, your job is to point those out to us. But let's do this in the spirit of caring about the community and wanting to make it better and working together. So with that, Madam Mayor, I'll close.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager, and I just really want to commend you and your staff for working tirelessly, daily, around the clock to ensure that our issues of the community on homelessness, development of our downtown, everything is on track for progress, because that's what we need. And so I just want the community to know that that is what we're truly doing. We're not sitting idly. We are not. So just know that we hear you. We're taking note of all of your concerns. We are really going back to the table as if there's any new information that we're receiving from tonight or every council meeting, and making sure that we're factoring in all of your concerns and issues. So thank you so much, Mr. City Manager. Next is updates from the council. I'm going to start to my left and just go down from left to right. Councilmember Alexander, will you start?
Good evening, San Bernardino. First of all, I attended that town hall at Celebrities last night, and I heard and I felt the anger of the community. Much of them have left, but I just want to let you know that I understand, because I go to the same parks, and I can't go to the parks now. When some stories that were told to me last night disturbed me. So there's a softball games Thursday at 5:45, Saturday 9:15, and Monday at 4:45. That's when softball games are being played at Wildwood Park, and there's no police presence there. But we adopted a policy for security. Where are those security officers? If we adopted a policy for security officers to be around and make, city attorney, correct me if I'm wrong, if we adopted that policy for security officers in this city, then let's deploy them. Let's deploy them. At those times that I just gave you, somebody should be writing it down. Somebody should be writing it down in staff, those times I gave you, because those are the stories that they told me. So I'm listening. So if I'm 1/8 of your boss, Mr. then I'm telling you 1/8 from my point. I'm Captain Kirk, you're Scotty. Warp speed, man. Let's get it done. I mean, for real, like. It went on and on and on, and I felt their anger. I want to take Edie Jimenez out of our department, Community Economic Development and Housing, and I want to apologize to Edie because she's staff, and I didn't get up and defend her. I didn't get up and defend her. And I want to apologize to her publicly, because no matter, she shouldn't have to go through what they were pointing out to her. And it is my job as an elected official for the 7th Ward to defend her out, and any other staff members. You guys can be angry, but don't take it out on staff. Don't take it out on staff. If that guy said we paid us 161% increase, take it out on me. Because I can take it, and I can dish it back. But I can take it. Don't take it out on them. So thank you, Ms. Jimenez. I appreciate what you did. I just want to thank Miss Julie, another 7th Ward resident. She called me. She's helped cleaning up La Bodega. She's working with the management. That's not her job. But thank you, Miss Julie, for help cleaning up the off-ramp there and by La Bodega. And now it's a community thing, so I want to thank you. She calls me all the time, telling me what she's doing. So I call, Public Works, because I pass that information along for Public Works to help clean up La Bodega and that exit, because that's the entrance up to where? Arrowhead, Big Bear. I want to thank Miss Joanne, because she's concerned about this address. So Nathan or Chief, write this address down, 1464 East Highland, 1464 East Highland. She says she's called many of times, and she says that there's some kind of, what does she say? Non-sanctioned cannabis going on from the back of 1464 East Highland. So I thank Miss Joanne, because she's like Hawkeye. She knows everything that goes on in her community, and I appreciate her for calling me. So some of the things that I did attend, I attend the Ronald McDonald Walk for Cancer. My wife and I, we supported the Ronald McDonald Walk. We also supported the Anderson Olympics. The Anderson Olympics is the Special Olympics. We can't use the word Special Olympics, but it is for special ed students of San Bernardino City Unified School District. It was held at Pacific. We were there encouraging those students. And I just want to thank the parents of special ed students, because they came out. It's a struggle. I want to thank those special ed teachers that helped them and moved them along. All those students that out there competing. It was all right seeing those kids compete. And I attended the Ernie Garcia funeral along with the mayor, Councilmember Charette, to pay honor to one of our city's living legends. He was a really good man. I didn't get to know him well, but he was a really good man, and it was an honor to go to his funeral. On May 4th is National Prayer Day, hosted by The Rock. It'll be here on the east side of the lawn of City Hall at 12 p.m. Happy Cinco de Mayo. So we're coming up May 5th. May 6th is San Bernardino Food Fest at the Courtyard from 5 to 11 p.m. Please come on out and support it. And May 7th, I'm appreciating all my city commissioners. I do it every year since I've been elected. I appreciate my commissioners. They work hard. They're out there in the public doing parks and recs and public safety and Measure S. They all work free of charge. So each year I give them an appreciation dinner. So that's all. Oh, and Asian Pacific Islander Month. Happy Asian Pacific Islander Month. And the city clerk, congratulations on your proclamation. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Cavan.
Good evening, San Bernardino. Of course, it's very difficult not to, and nor would I not address all of your concerns. And just, I really want to tell you how proud I am of each and every one of you that comes and takes out the time to come here and voice your concerns. That says that you are concerned and that we need to be making sure. I don't ever want to become numb to what you're saying. I drive the city myself. Every single day I take a different route where I have to go to drop off my, I have an international daughter that's staying with me. So I take a different route every single day just so that I can see. And I had a conversation with Mayor Tran yesterday, because whether or not it's in Ward 6 or not, I think that it's my responsibility to note where I see that we have some issues that we need to be concerned about. So I try to bring those back to the city so that folks do know, because we don't all don't have eyes behind in the back of our head, nor can we see everything, and that's why we need you all so badly to continue to do what you do. I think that what you have done tonight makes it imperative that addressing our unsheltered, addressing our community members that have mental health needs, and I see some of our mental health clinicians and our folks who have been standing on the front line for so very hard, so very long, like Linda Hart and the African American Mental Health Coalition, that have been out there on these street corners just trying to talk to folks to make sure that the resources are there. And so with that being said, too, I know that the Coast program is now partnering with San Bernardino Police Department, and that stands for Community Outreach and Support Team. And so I know we had a caller or someone that stepped to the dais that said
that there isn't any behavioral health folks going out now with PD. There are, because we know that that is not their job. And in order for them to safely be able to assist our unsheltered and folks that are suffering from so many conditions, we need a team like that. So I hope that we just have enough of them out there supporting PD while they are out there doing their job. But it's very, very important that also, as we are addressing our homeless, that we make sure that we are not creating more homeless by having accelerated rents in our city and folks who cannot begin to pay those, and having landlords who are not addressing the issues within the homes that they're renting. So we got a lot of issues that we need to be addressing, and we definitely are going to continue to do that. And so I'm thankful for everybody on staff right now. Ms. Jimenez, thank you for doing what you did and standing before the people. I thank you, Councilmember Alexander, for admitting that she should not have been doing that alone. Council should have been standing there to take that. It is our responsibility to pass policy, to make sure that everyone else is doing their job, but we have one as well to do. I want to also say thank you to every single person that is on staff for the city of San Bernardino, because without you, we would not be able to move the city forward. But it is also important for everybody to know that we all have to be responsible and accountable too for everything that we are supposed to be doing. That is most definitely, we have no way to get around that, and nor should we be trying. With that being said, I want to say happy May Day, because without the workers of the city, right? Folks that are picking up our trash, folks that are delivering produce and food to communities, folks that are making sure that the world just continues to go round, because if they did not, we wouldn't have certain things in stores for us to be able to go in and purchase. So for all the workers, thank you very much for doing what you do. I want to give a shout out to Acoma Unity Center for their college and career days. For their college and career days and the second annual Earth Day. Thank you, Park and Rec, for Arbor Day at Bobby Vega Park, where trees were given out and folks are planting trees. The community is very important that scholars are being able to plant trees, because without planting trees, we don't have cleaner air, and we need that. And it's important for them to know how important it is for them to be able to plant a seed, cultivate it, and grow some food in their own communities as well. So with that being said, I just want to say thank you guys again for all that you do. Keep applying that pressure, because it's exactly what your job is, so that we can continue to do ours. Thank you very much for coming out tonight.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Reynoso?
I want to echo the sentiments for May Day. All the hardworking people only get one day a year on May 1st to be recognized, and I feel like we don't do it enough. Oddly enough, Workers' Memorial Day is April 28th, so you remember all the people who die every year, and it's historic numbers that are annually growing, and then May Day to acknowledge the living. I wanted to start off, a lot of you know that I'm the environmental justice, council member, if you will. I actually care about electrification and speeding it up. I don't think that the government is out to get us all the time. I do have my disagreements with Sacramento and DC for sure. But something that we do right is electrification. And a lot of you maybe have seen, I know in the 5th Ward in particular, we've got solar like crazy. I ran on that and we've got solar lights like crazy. I love driving down the street behind Paco's and seeing I can see everything now. And people can see it and they voice that they feel safer because they can see out to the street. But something that has happened in the state of California, the California Air Resources Board, CARB, better known as CARB, starting off in 2036, train companies can no longer purchase any new trains that aren't zero emissions. We're gonna start having electric trains being purchased in 2036. A lot of people don't know this, but that the automotive or locomotive industry, if you will, is the largest polluter in the state of California and the nation as a whole, because they've never been regulated ever. And so you see those dusty engines blowing black soot and smoke into the air. And it's very personal to me now because I've got a 7-month-old daughter, as many of you know, and it's very hard. It's very hard to acknowledge that I'm raising my child here by choice. And she doesn't have a say in that. She didn't have a say in whether she wanted to come here or not, but I definitely have a say in where she's raised. And I love San Bernardino, and she'll grow to love it too, but it's something that I can look forward to and I can actually say thank you. To expand on the rule will ban locomotive engines more than 23 years old beginning in 2030. It'll be a revolving door, 23-year kind of like catch net behind 2030. Every year has to be a train. It'll be decommissioned because they're old and dusty and they're killing us. We have some historic, and many of you don't know, maternal issues around birth are directly related in this area around the pollution. And a lot of the times we've got the highest childhood asthma rates. And that's no secret. You've got schools in this city that have monitors in the classrooms that tell them when they can and can't go out to recess. In the city of San Bernardino, I'm talking about Indian Springs High School in particular as a direct example. And this is happening. We can't ignore this. So I'm grateful to the state and the Resources Board for actually taking the initiative. Plenty of people advocate for this stuff year-round, and they need to continue to do it, but things are actually being translated in leadership, and I'm seeing that for the first time. I wanted to highlight the street vendor policy. Commissioner Armstead, I appreciate you every time for bringing it up. Totally valid. We had an MOU going with former city manager Rob Fields and city attorney. They didn't like the location because that was the idea. And so we're not going to compromise on, okay, because you don't like the location, you get to be exactly where you are. But know that we have taken everything into consideration. But part of that is contracting with people who they trust in order to get the health permits to become extremely legal and operate legally in the city of San Bernardino. But it'll look like kind of like a little area somewhere that's not so in the public eye, that doesn't interfere with our brick and mortar businesses, et cetera. I hear you. I appreciate it. I want to thank Public Works. We took a couple tours, and a lot of people are reporting that they're seeing their streets are being graded down to level. We've got a lot of work to do around sidewalks in particular. And I want to acknowledge what Malibu said about my attire, and I appreciate it, and I appreciate comments like that. I come from, yeah, it's a little funny. I come from a household, and my father's no longer here, but my dad, it took him 42 years of his life to take his tie off. And I've never felt like people, especially council members, no offense to anybody up here, I've never felt like a suit made you more important, that it made you do something better, and that I could approach you. I didn't want to approach you. And so I do wear suits every now and then, but oddly enough, I wear them when I go to like career day at the elementary school. Things like that, because the youth, I'm a young candidate, I turned 31 at our next council meeting on May 17th. Looking forward to that, my 31st rotation, but it's always going to be about the youth for me. I appreciate the older crowd, and I always, you know, I get beat up. You can imagine, I'm a Fifth Ward representative. I get beat up all the time, answering as much as I can. But I want you to know that maybe I'll wear a suit every now and then, but it doesn't matter to me. No offense, it doesn't matter. It's not going to change. I still get the work done. I look like the same guy you see on the street on the dais, and that's important to me. And the last thing I want to end with is, I'll be quick about this. I know we're taking a lot of time. I actually flew out, talking about mental health. My sister's a therapist. We got a couple therapists in my family. And she has her own practice, your favorite therapist, out in Inglewood. But she had been living in New Orleans for the past 2 years. And she had experienced a lot of difficulties in mold in particular, and the insurance lacking thereof. And so I'm her brother. We have another brother who's younger, but he wasn't able to go, and she wasn't going to make that ask. My parents' original marriage, there's 4 of us. I'm the baby boy. But I'm 30 now, and I'm the only boy they got. Oftentimes they rely on me, and she needed to drive across the country from New Orleans to Los Angeles. And so I flew out last weekend, and I was out. I left my city phone, so I've been kind of non-responsive. Forgive me for that. But we drove all the way, and we drove to San Antonio, stopped. But from San Antonio to El Paso was our next destination. U-Haul gave us a bad truck, and my worst fear came to life. A truck broke down in western Texas. We needed gas. We needed to go up to Iran. It's spelled like Iran, the country, but 2 A's, like I ran away. And I get it now when I met some of the people up there. But they were so hospitable, and it was, we exercised our Second Amendment right. We had that thing on us. So I felt okay, but we needed gas, and I want to give thanks to, I hope they're listening. I want to send it to them. We had Sheriff Kelly and Deputy Moreno who checked on us on the side of the road right there. We're 2 miles off of I-10. 16 miles away from Iran. The middle of Texas is 94 degrees outside, no shade, nothing. California people, we look like California people when we travel for sure too. I'm very aware of that. But it was an incredible experience, and I'm extremely grateful to have bonded with my sister in that way. We made it out. We ended up spending an entire day in Iran, Texas, at a little pizza place called Stripes. And it was a great time overall in the experience, but I have to tell you that I came back and I'm still processing it, and it was very emotional and beautiful, but I just have like this new, I'm a Southern boy too. You know, I lived in Mississippi for a cool minute, and my family, my mother's from down there, but I've adopted something that I can't fully explain. And so bear with me as you see it unfold, that I have like this new kind of just outlook. I feel like I can do anything now, and I will. And so thank you for showing up, and thank you for continuing to show that you can do anything too. And to the youth out there, sport your polo jackets.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Charette?
Thank you, Mayor. First, I want to thank the city manager for your earlier comments and the clarification, the comments on Measure S and particularly the homeless issue. And I'll go on to thank you along with Councilmember Alexander, Councilmember Sanchez, Mark Christian from Code Enforcement, Lieutenant Castro from the PD, and of course Edie Jimenez, who was there last night at that meeting. Though it was warm, to say the least. Would you say it was heated or warm? It was warm. But we heard the concerns, and we are working diligently to do that, and our hands are tied to some degree, and we're trying to untie them wherever we can. So I want to just thank everybody for being there and taking the heat that we took and hearing what we heard, and we understand the frustrations, and as you said, it's very valid concerns and frustrations, and we are just as frustrated. We live here too and have to deal with it. So I want to thank you all for that. And then as far as announcements go, tomorrow night, probably be some more discussion of the same thing, because it'll be largely the same group at the Wildwood Neighborhood Association meeting. That's a normal meeting. You don't have to be there. It's 6:30 to 7:30 at the Lutheran Church of Our Savior, 5050 North Sierra Way, San Bernardino, California, 92404. I have actually not been to that meeting for a while. I've been very diligent about going to it. They always have a great turnout. It has been kind of dormant because of COVID and some other issues, and then I missed a few when they started meeting again because of conflicts on my calendar. But that meeting is tomorrow night, and I certainly will be in attendance there. And will attend any of the meetings that go on in the 4th Ward that I'm able to. And then, of course, I want to remind everybody of Mr. Ojeda's Food Fest Saturday night, 5 to 11 at Court Street Square. I'm sure it's going to be a great event, great evening. And then I'm going to announce the Belvedere General Neighborhood Association meeting. That's at the First Christian Church at 2102 East Foothill in San Bernardino. That's on May 9th, Tuesday, May 9th at 6 p.m. And I believe we have a conflict, so I won't be, I think we have something going on that night, a special, one of those proactive special meetings that you're so good at bringing us to. I think it's beginning of the budget workshop, right? So the president there that was disappointed that I can't make that, but that's one of those ones that's a conflict, and I need to be at this meeting. So, and then the last one, another meeting that I'm not going to be able to stop by. It's not a meeting. It's actually the Neighborhood Association Council. It's all the Neighborhood Association councils. Committees, groups. They have their annual plant sale, and that's at 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. Saturday, May 13th at Wildwood Park. So hopefully we'll be able to make some room for them to have their plant sale, and that'll come off. But again, I'm not going to be able to even stop by and make an appearance because we have a workshop on that morning from 8 to noon that I'll be attending. So. But those are the announcements I have at this point in time. I thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember. City Manager?
I just wanted to, if I can, ask Councilman Charette if it's okay if Edie shows up. I think she's really excited about coming to these kinds of things.
You're all invited.
Councilmember Figueroa?
Thank you, Mayor. I did have announcements, but unfortunately the neighborhood associations that I was going to make an announcement for had to unfortunately cancel their meetings. But I will take the opportunity to say, Mr. City Manager, Mr. McNeely, thank you. You have been very open to going out into the community. In fact, you attended one of mine. It was very well attended. And of course, the homeless situation, the issue of that came up. And so you are very well aware of it. And thank you for taking a proactive approach as far as let's start getting things done. So I do appreciate that. In fact, I mean, you've been open to other meetings as well, not just for that. Recently, you were kind enough to join me along with the Inland Center Mall and staff as well, Mr. Freeman, Mr. Hernandez as well. They were present, and I like that. I like that we're proactive in trying to get development and other things going on in the city. So thank you to staff, to you as well on that approach. So thank you, and to Sonia, Madam City Attorney as well. I had a great conversation with you recently about the homeless situation. You know, and I learned quite a bit as far as the things that we can do, the things we can't do, and so I do appreciate that. But from, you know, what we're hearing tonight, you know, talk time is over, action time is now. And so I hope that we can continue to be brought back certain things that, you know, we can start taking action on, because the community is speaking loud and clear that we need to start taking action. So I do appreciate, again, I do appreciate the conversation we had, but I hope we can start taking action on some of those things as well. I also had the opportunity to speak, somebody who was also very open and proactive is Chief Goodman as well, who's back there. I've had great conversations with him as far as the challenges that our police officers are facing. We certainly need more officers, and I'm well supportive of that. But what the public needs to be aware of as well is that we need a system revamped, not just within, you know, our city, but just statewide. Some of the challenges, I mean, we could have 500 officers out on the street and they, you know, people could be arrested, but if the system is set up in such a way where people are just going to be released a couple of hours later, it's just a constant rotation of issues that are never going to be solved. So it is important for the public to also be aware of what's happening in Sacramento, the things that are coming out of Sacramento, out of Washington, D.C., out of the county. And so the same fervor that's, you know, that we're hearing here tonight needs to be repeated at a state and national level as well. Because we do, I think you referred to earlier, we need to work together. We cannot be just an island on ourselves trying to figure this out. We need to work collaboratively with other agencies as well. And so please, I continue to continue to put pressure not only on city, on the council, the mayor and council, but also on your state and national elected representatives as well, because this is an issue that's not isolated to San Bernardino. So thank you all for your comments this evening as well.
Thank you, Councilmember Ibarra.
Thank you, Mayor. It's been over a month since I last addressed the public at the council meetings. For those who don't know, besides serving on the IVDA board, I also sit on the ICH board, which is the Interagency Council of Homelessness. Since I started on that board in January, I've been a heavy voice for our city, pointing out that our city alone, housing has about 40% of the homeless. You saw the numbers earlier, 36%, and that's from the whole region of San Bernardino County. That's just in our city. I've seen the increase in the encampments. City staff hears from me constantly. All the emails that I get from my constituents, all the calls that I'm getting, what I also see, all of that I'm reporting constantly to the city staff, because as council, we did approve a $24 million budget to address homelessness. We declared state of emergency for homelessness in our city back in February. And it's my understanding that at the next meeting, May 17th, we're also going to have the implementation program presented to us of how we're going to go forward in addressing homelessness. At the ICH meetings, I also emphasize to our nonprofits who are helping homeless or have housing available, beds available, to let us as a city know if they are in the city, how many beds they have available. Because when we have a homeless person in the streets and they want housing and they can't get in, we have a problem. And it's not only faced in our city. I've heard it from homeless people in the city of Victorville, for example. A lady was recently homeless with her family, and she couldn't get shelter for her own family in the city that they're supposed to help her. So I'm heavily encouraging nonprofits with beds or transitional housing to contact our city staff, Ms. Cassandra Searcy, here in the front. Let us know how many beds you have available, please. There are some nonprofits that are getting money through private parties, and they're only serving those clients that are in our city, but because they're getting private funding, they're not attending to the homeless in our city currently. So I've been telling them, We are all going to work together. We need every city, every agency to do their part in addressing homelessness, not just the cities of San Bernardino, Victorville. Redlands has stepped up to the plate. Grand Terrace wants to step up now. We don't have a member from Rialto currently. So reach out to your elected officials. Our mayor did go to Sacramento to be a voice, to open up Patton State, for example. A lot of the transitional housing can't address the mental health problems that our homeless are dealing with, or drug use. And that is the highest amount of homeless in the point of time count. When it comes out, look at those numbers, you'll see that is the highest number of population that is unsheltered, that they're substance users and they have mental health problems. So with that said, at the last ICH meeting on April 26, Supervisor Baca addressed the public who spoke about their $74 million plan to address homelessness in the county. If you have not gone to the Board of Supervisors meetings, I would highly encourage you to attend those meetings as well, because one of those projects is slated to be in our city, near Art and Guthrie, near our elementary schools, which I believe will heavily impact our city. But without community input, they're going to do what they're going to do. I don't want to see what happened at Second Lake Park happen in our city again in a different location. If we have the navigation center, maybe the county can point some of that money towards our navigation center. When I went to Washington, D.C., I wasn't here to tell the public, but that was one of the main things that I focused on, homelessness. And believe it or not, it is a national problem. A lot of cities across the nation are dealing with homelessness. It's not just California, it is everywhere. On our end, we were able to tell our Congressman Aguilar, that we are using $24 million of that ARPA money that we're getting to address homelessness alone in our city. As an ICH voting member, I also passed on the plan that our staff presented to us that we approved a couple months ago to disseminate to everybody in the region, so that whatever we're doing here is duplicated in other regions as well, not just in our city. We have Pastor Jones also going on a weekly basis to Second Lake Park, helping talk to the homeless population unhoused. Second Lake Park, and he's also going every third Friday of the month to Paris Hill Park. So we do have people out in the street that we are partnering with to address the homelessness. It may not seem like it, but we are doing something. So I want our community to know your safety is our concern, our main focus here, and we're trying to address it as positively and in a good way, so that we don't get sued by the ACLU and other agencies that are coming after us for trying to address it. Also, the county has released the application for something called HAP, which stands for Homeless Housing Assistance Prevention Program. The third round, it started May 1st. If you're interested in applying for those funds to address homeless housing, visit their website, svchp.sbcounty.gov. The application is listed on their website. The deadline to submit that application is May 17th. So we have $2.59 million to address, to disseminate for this round, plus an additional $312,000 to address homeless youth in our region. For meetings, we have, of course, they mentioned SB Food Fest this Saturday, starts at 5:30 in downtown, or 5 p.m. And these are all registered street vendors through the city. They have permits. So if you're looking for legal street vendors, they will be at the SB Food Fest here in downtown at the Court Street Square. Before this happens, Habitat for Humanity, who I work for and I stand behind their vision, they will be hosting a fundraiser. For those who don't know, Habitat is trying to build a total of 7 homes in the city of San Bernardino. 3 of them are in downtown San Bernardino between 9th and 10th Street. 4 are in the northern end of the city, and those will be slated for veterans and their families. We are trying to raise money to keep the cost of those homes as affordable as possible for first-time home buyers. That was going to happen on Saturday, May 6th, starting at 2:30. Entry is $30. They'll have all sorts of goodies for those who attend. $30 will, every little bit counts in my eyes, at least. May 10th, Paris Hill Neighborhood Association and Valencia Neighborhood Association will be having their neighborhood association meeting at the Denny's located at 702 East Highland. That starts at 6 p.m. On Thursday, the 11th, Muscopiabi Neighborhood Association will be having their meeting on the 11th at 2844 Davidson. That's Davidson Elementary at 6:30 p.m. So if you are a community member and you haven't seen me on the community, this is where I'm going to these meetings, and I promote them here at the council meetings. So I highly encourage you to attend these meetings, especially if you're in the Paris Hill neighborhood, Muscopiabi neighborhood. DMV Neighborhood Association is also active. For the caller from 1441 Sepulveda, you will fall under the DMV Neighborhood Association. Please go ahead and contact them, and I will provide their email address here. Once I get in here, sorry. Sorry. Oh no, where did I go? Sorry, everybody. Oh. So their email is DMV, Department of Motor Vehicles, _NA@yahoo.com. Once again, email them DMV_NA@yahoo.com to find out when their next neighborhood meeting will be held. And that is it for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Sanchez?
Yes, first I want to make an announcement. I'm very excited to announce that the cleanup of the old Casa Ramona campus on 7th Street on the west side of town is now underway. So that is a $5 million grant that's being spent to clean up that property. The city did close to nothing. I think the only thing we actually did is I sent a letter of support to Esther Estrada, which she submitted to the Department of Toxic Control. And it was a 1 in a million shot. And she got it. I mean, she filled up a whole room in her house with the application, paperwork, everything. It was her full-time job for months, and she was able to get that grant. So that is now underway. For anyone who lives in that neighborhood, they know how much of a magnet of blight and crime and vagrancy happened at that property. So they should be done with that cleanup in a couple months. And that property will now be a candidate for over 100 affordable housing units for seniors that will serve this community. And also, part of the plan is to build a community center that will serve for generations people of all ages on the west side of town. So that is a tremendous story. And so I want to thank a former council member, longtime council member of the First Ward, who's still fighting for San Bernardino, and she was able to pull out a tremendous victory for the city and for that neighborhood. Next thing I want to bring up, that Luis Ojeda is having his food fest this Saturday. It's been mentioned a couple times, but I like to call it the Luis Ojeda Food Fest Extravaganza. That guy worked extremely hard. In fact, I have to say this story, and I know we're running long already, but years ago, when he first had his food fest, he didn't pull any permits. He didn't follow any of the rules, and he had it, and people loved it. And he scolded me the next day and said, "This was in the middle of your district, and you didn't show up." And I said, "I can't show up because it was an illegal event. You do everything according to the law, and I will be there every time." And thousands of dollars later, and headaches galore, he pulled all his permits, he paid everything he needed to pay, got all his license, his insurance, and everything. And he's hosted that event now for 4 or 5 years. And so I go every time, and he is a great example of a doer and not just a complainer and someone who kind of yaps away. He puts his money where his mouth is, literally, well, not literally, but he puts his money in, and he pulls off these beautiful events. So really, City of San Bernardino, show your support for a good actor in our city and show up to this event on Saturday night, okay? Last thing, I want to set the record straight. So I know there was a lot of talk about the ACLU agreement and that nobody knew on this council that it had been drafted up, it had been submitted, and it was an agreement. And the truth of the matter is that we had a missile coming directly into the heart of the city in the form of a lawsuit being filed by the ACLU against the city for its management of the homeless population. City attorneys took the initiative, drafted an ordinance, not an ordinance, they drafted an agreement with the ACLU to prevent an injunction, a court injunction that would have paralyzed this city's ability to address the homeless issue. And what it did, more than anything else, was saved us that day so we could fight another day, to get ready, to prep our police department, whose worth they're worth their weight in gold. Our public works department, who has done tremendous amounts with very little relative to the size of the problems in our city. And the council was given the opportunity to throw out that agreement. In fact, I need to pull up the date. October 11th, I think it was 5:30 or 6 o'clock, in that room over there, this council was given the opportunity to throw out that agreement. And we were explained by staff and our attorneys that this agreement really was, and the purpose of this agreement was, again, allow us to live today to fight another day. And we've been ramping up since then. Since that meeting in October, we have been ramping up to fight this fight for the soul of the city. We have dedicated nearly $30 million of money to tackling this problem. We're seeking another $20 million, and we're about ready to let loose our Public Works Department and our Police Department to tackle this issue. So the ACLU agreement may have served its purpose, but what it did, again, is allowed us to prepare for this long, arduous fight that we're going to be in. But believe me, this council is acutely aware of the issues that we're facing right now, but help is on its way. You can expect our police chief, who is at the helm of our police department, he will be leading a charge to clean up this city. But again, we needed the time, we needed the resources and the plan in place. And that's what this ACLU agreement did. And again, this council was aware of it since October 11th, and we agreed to let it stay in place as we got ready for this long fight. So I just wanted to set the record straight. That's it.
Thank you, council member. All right. Last but not least, me, and I will stick to 3 minutes so we can move on to our business items. Quickly, I just want to thank Jerry Musgrove for the 21st Annual Inland Empire Pastors Prayer Breakfast that we had April 22nd. We had 400 plus faith-based community members who came together to fellowship in the city of San Bernardino, so that was a beautiful event. I just want to thank you, Jerry. I know a couple council members did attend with me, Councilmember Calvin and Councilmember Alexander, so thank you for attending that prayer breakfast. Arbor Day was a success. Thank you to the Parks Department. I was there, and many happy residents planting trees, really embracing greener landscape for our city. Thank you, Belvedere Elementary School, for allowing me to speak to hundreds of kids for Career Day, inspiring our youth to be future city leaders. We had a city dump day at the Western Regional Little League, and a big shout out to Barbara Sky for coordinating with the city in the 5th Ward and really helping clean up our city by dumping our bulky items and all of those things, so that way they're not just dumped on the side. So thank you, Barbara Sky, and to the residents who partner with the city to keep our city clean. I also want to give a shout out to YMCA hosting the annual Healthy Kids Resource Fair. Hundreds of family members, parents and children came out promoting healthy lifestyle for kids at the YMCA at the Paris Hill Park. So I was very, very impressed. So big shout out to YMCA. I want to mention, homeless it is a crisis. We've talked a lot about that, and I want you to know that we are constantly dealing with that and working on that daily. Just yesterday, I did attend the county meeting where almost all the cities in the county of San Bernardino met together and talked about the homeless crisis. And I commend our county CEO, Leonard, for making the statement that There needs to be capacity within every city to address homelessness. You should not be pushing the homeless to another city or another community member. Every city should be addressing it, and that I really commend the county officials for saying that, because San Bernardino, our city, has the largest makeup of the unhoused, of the homeless count, and it's a real issue throughout the region and the county. So we are, again, on top of that. I am on the SBCTA, which San Bernardino County Transportation Authority Board. Today's meeting, we did touch on the Mount Vernon Bridge. I know Councilmember Alexander, thank you so much for forwarding over a resident's concern about that. We will get an update on that. We are going to invite SBCTA staffer to come to a council meeting, in a future meeting, to provide updates on all projects in the city of San Bernardino. That includes the Mount Vernon Bridge, the Cal State University, the University Parkway Freeway. There's a 210 Waterman exit ramp there. So there's a lot of projects that's happening in our city. So I did put a request to have a staffer come out to the council meeting to provide a public update. I think that's about it. All right, I think that was under 3 minutes. So thank you for all of the updates. We're moving on to appointments. I just want to really thank all the appointments for being here patiently. Are you still here? Can you raise your hands? Thank you. I know it's 10:05, and we're now to the appointments. So thank you. Madam City Clerk, we're here to appointments, right? Yes. So, all right.
You can ask the council.
I gotta move to that part. Hold on 1 second. Okay. Miss City Attorney, we have 7 appointments on the agenda today. Would it be permissible for the council to take these items together?
Yeah, in the interest of time, Mayor, if you would like to take these items all together as one item, you can ask if there are any council members who would like to take them separately, and if there is no one who wants to do that, you can move them all together in one item.
Thank you. Council members?
I'd like to make a motion, we vote for them together.
There's a motion.
Second.
There's a second. Can we call for the votes?
Councilmember Sanchez?
Yes.
Councilmember Ibarra?
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem? Councilmember Reynoso?
Yes.
Councilmember Calvin?
Yes.
Councilmember Alexander?
Aye.
And, okay, and then the motion to approve them.
The motion to approve?
Yes.
Passed unanimous, right? I mean,
Yeah, that's fine. Issue the oath.
so we're good?
Yes, we're fine.
Okay, so I'd like to have all the appointees come up. Council members, would you like to join me with the appointees? Because I have 2 appointees, Councilmember Ibarra, Councilmember Calvin.
All right, thank you. If I could have you please raise your right hand and state your name. Do you want to stand right here? That way you can be heard. Okay. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that you will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California, that you take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that you will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which you are about to enter?
I do.
Yeah, congratulations.
Councilmember Ibarra, Second Ward. I'd like to commend Ms. Amelia Lopez. She's been a commissioner since way before I got elected. And the moment I told her that she had to renew her application, she got right on it. And it's not just for one committee, it's for 3. The Downtown Advisory Committee, General Plan Advisory Committee, and the Planning Commission. It's hard to get a constituent who wants to get involved on a voluntary basis to have a say at the table of what we do with the funding and the development, the projects that come forth before us. And Ms. Amelia, she's just always been there. She does question some of the projects appropriately. I think she does a great job, and I encourage more to get involved. That's how I got involved with the city as a commissioner as well. So Amelia, thank you from the bottom of my heart. I've told you for being right on it and still being as excited as before I got elected to serve as a commissioner. Thank you so much. One, 2, and 3. You hold it for me. I'll hold that one. Thank you. Some words?
Thank you so much.
Some words you want to say as a longtime commissioner here?
What can I say? But I have stepped up to the plate, and I thank Sandra Ibarra for her confidence in my judgment, and as well as all the citizens that come before the boards. Thank you so much.
Good evening, everybody. I am here to introduce you to Mr. Ricky Van Johnson, 3-term councilman for Ward 6 here in the city of San Bernardino. So yeah, I had to pull him out of retirement, but he was very grateful that I did that. He needs something to do. So while we have this old timer, we have a very young timer right here. Mr. Kayla Sampson, who is very new to serving on a commission here for the city of San Bernardino, born and raised in the city of San Bernardino in Ward 6, and so we're very proud of her, and so she's probably gonna be replacing Ricky sometime soon too, right? So thank you guys both for serving. Thank you. Comment?
You know, I'm just thankful for the opportunity to be back up here again. I look forward to continue doing the good work. Thank you all so much.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council, for all you guys do out in the public. You know, I know the trials and tribulations that you go through, and I got a lot of respect for you. God bless you.
All right, Mayor's appointee to the Animal Control Commission, Jason Kakpo Moore. Thank you so much for stepping into the arena to step up to, help with our community. And, this means a lot, and we'll just have to keep on building progress and momentum for our city. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Do you want to say a few words?
It's interesting, my wife, I know I look younger than most people here, but I do have a wife. She said, don't say anything on your first day, right? But no, I thank you to the mayor, to Ben for being our representative in Ward 5, for Kenesha, for everybody who encouraged me and said, yo, you should go out and, pursue this. I appreciate you guys. I appreciate the nomination. I appreciate everything, and I look forward to doing the work. So thank you.
I have one more appointee, that's Angela Halfman. She cannot be here, but we will make sure that she gets this and be sworn in. So thank you so much, everyone. Great job. All right. We are moving on to the consent agenda. I have a motion to move. Oh, do we have any polls?
22.
22.
22.
City manager, I think there's a poll for, oh, it's not on the agenda. Okay, it's a consent. So I have 22. Anything from Councilmember Reynoso? Is that the same for Councilmember Alexander? Thank you.
Was that the only poll?
That's the only poll.
Then I move to approve the balance.
Okay.
Second.
I have a motion and second to move the balance.
Councilmember Ibarra?
Yes. What happened to you?
Councilmember, excuse
Yes.
me. Councilmember Sanchez?
Yes.
He's playing musical chair.
Mayor Pro Tem? Councilmember Reynoso?
Yes.
And Councilmember Alexander?
Aye.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Thank you. Item number 22, Councilmember Reynoso.
Yeah, Director Hernandez, I understand we're always going to need, and there's definitely sentiment on this dais to bump up staffing for public works, but my understanding is that there are some employees that can currently do this work. Can you explain like the need for this to be outsourced? And also, when you're answering, what it would look like to do that internally? Like what would that look like in a future kind of like budget?
All right, of course. We'll be happy to answer that question. I do have our land development manager, who is Ms. Susan Pan. She's currently acting in our acting city engineering role, but her main function is land development, who will oversee and is responsible for the oversight of this section within engineering. So I'd like to invite Susan so she can explain, and we'll be happy to tag team this item to answer any other additional questions.
Good evening. This is Susan Pan. And as Daniel mentioned, that my regular function is the land development manager. I'm sorry, I have a allergy, so my voice is a little coarse right now. Yeah, of course. Okay.
Are you okay? Was that because of the draft, the NFL draft? Oh, no, never mind.
I wish. Yeah. Okay, so I have been, since January, have the additional job duty as the city engineer, acting city engineer. And we also currently have a vacancy as for the principal engineer. So I'm kind of being triple charged, for the responsibility of managing the land development division as well as our capital improvement program, and then the whole engineering department. So our land development division itself is a very high volume workforce that we have over 1,000 permits that we issued. Our permit volume has doubled, in over the past 2 years. So it's a very high volume work environment that we have large tract development on the hillside that have very sensitive environmental issues. And then we have, these low-income housing projects and then the homeless shelter projects that are on the fast track that require, weekly meetings with the organization that's in charge of these projects, and plus all the other, several hundred commercial development, industrial developments that, regularly requires meetings with us. So typically, I really have a pretty full schedule, 8 to 5 hourly meetings with the developers, just to discuss the development projects, because they are in various stages, planning or during construction. So it's already very demanding, and on top of that, currently, I'm managing our capital improvement program, which is a $165 million program with over 130 projects. So that itself is also a full-time, job. And so currently I'm working like 24/7, 8 to 5 meetings, and then plus hundreds of emails that I have to respond to at nighttime and over the weekend. So this is really professional services that will help manage the land development portion of my job responsibilities. And it really currently, it's at my level, my role, that there's really no other internal staff. They pretty much function at their own level. So this is not substituting anyone else's jobs or responsibilities. We actually had a meeting with the union rep to discuss that this particular staff augmentation doesn't really impact any other internal staff's job functions or responsibilities. It's really mainly at my level. And currently, I'm kind of triple charged with, responsibilities. Yeah.
I appreciate that. And just in the future, like I asked for, down the line when it comes budget time, don't be shy about asking for positions. There's an appetite on this dais to boost the hell out of Public Works. Right. And we got you. So thank you for that answer. And I'm sorry that you're overworked this way. I know it's extremely demanding.
Well, I love my work and my job.
If I can add to what she's saying, and I agree with you wholeheartedly, this city is backlogged in terms of projects, and you and I talk, and I talk with other council members. These are projects we need to move, and we're behind on a lot of them. And the positions we're talking about are senior level engineers that requires these double checks to make sure when we go out, we don't have these gaps in estimates, and then we have to pull off the agenda. So we need that higher level of supervision, and so that's what this is. But we are at the same time are recruiting for positions, so once we get that way to a staffing level, then we can let go of this augmentation. So this is a temporary fix, and you're right, as we approach the budget process, we want to make sure we're coming to you and saying, hey, we need this. Because at the end of the day, we all have projects, you have projects in your wards that people are screaming about. And our desire is to make sure these projects stay on track and they get fixed.
Okay. How long have we been working with Wildan?
So Susan, answer this question as it relates to plan checking services.
Yes, plan checking services. How long we've been working with Wildan?
I don't know exactly how many years, and certainly I know it's been for quite a number of years, and certainly I've been with the city for a year and a half, and Wildan has been the company that we contract with.
But unofficially,
plan checking.
we were just told by one of our colleagues here in planning that they've been with the city for over 10 years.
Well, my unreadiness is residents, is unreadiness. So I'm coming to you from people calling me saying that they have unreadiness with Wildan, not giving citizens of San Bernardino first-rate service, not being responsive to the citizens of San Bernardino. So I'm coming to you now that personally, if you can find somebody else other than Wildan to give the necessary service to our residents, find them. Because Wildan is not it. I received at least 3 calls about Wildan not doing their job. Just because you're comfortable with us doesn't mean we don't deserve first-rate service. So I move that we put Wildan on hold and find somebody else to do this. I'm not saying don't do it. I'm just saying find somebody else that's going to service us better, what we deserve. So my motion is to pull Wildan out, not give them the service agreement, the PSA, and find somebody else that's going to give us first-rate service.
So if I can, council members, and if I can respond to that statement. So we try to be responsive to concerns, whether it be from a residential applicant or a developer. So we are a large city, as Susan mentioned, we receive over 1,000 applications. Whenever we do receive complaints or concerns, Susan and I make the time to meet with them. So to say that, potentially 3 or 4 or 5 residents have complained about the level of service, we went through the interview process. We went through an open solicitation. So we feel that the service that Wildan has been providing, Susan, in her role as the land development manager, meets with Wildan regularly. So there is a checks and balance associated with what we do. So it is staff's professional recommendation that Wildan can do the job. And by delaying this, this item came before the council on March 1st. We pulled the item due to the request by the union. We met with them, and we satisfy those concerns. So if we delay this process even further, it just delays our ability to provide this level of service that we need. So I encourage the council to consider this item tonight. With all due respect to you, council member, we're happy to work with whoever we need to try to address those concerns.
Mr. City Manager?
No, and I also want to say that with respect to Councilman Alexander, that if there are complaints, please let us know so that we can then go address those, meet with the residents who are complaining. And if we've got an issue, I don't have any problem going looking at somebody else, you know? But I want to make sure that they are complying and that they're serving the residents here. So if you have information we don't have, make sure we get it, and then I will assure you we will address those. And then report back to you if we find otherwise. So.
Can I also say that we currently actually have two plan check consultants, and we hold them to the standard that the first round of plan check has to be completed within 3 weeks. And the second round and subsequent round plan checks has to be completed within 2 weeks. And we do have a tracking system to check, make sure to check to see whether they perform up to this criteria. And Weldon has consistently performed up to meeting this criteria. And whereas the other consulting firm actually cannot. And the reason is that Weldon is actually a larger regional firm that they are able to assemble a team to meet the work volume that we have. Whereas our experience with the other firm, which is smaller, and they are not able to meet the work volume that we have. And this is not to say that, our contract with these plan check consulting firms are for, usually it's like for 3-year term and then, maybe optional, 1 year renewal. So at the end of the contract, we do go out for a full, RFP, to do a full round of review and evaluation. So if there's really, dissatisfaction with the services, we definitely, in the next round of selection, that we will, try to find the best company to contract with.
And that is our intent with this item. We are only requesting through the next fiscal year. We're already towards the end of this fiscal year, so it's not obligating us to it. And we do have a not exceeded amount. As we staff up and we ramp up, we can always reduce those services.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have one
Thank you,
question.
Mr. City Manager, for mentioning, holding our vendors, their services accountable, because if there's an issue, it should be addressed and an opportunity to perform. If not, then we look at other services, other vendors. That's not difficult, so.
If, Madam Mayor, if I can, I want to assure the council, we do not, and I strongly feel that we ought to have a rotational. We ought to never lock ourselves with any one contractor for a long period of time. I think it's always beneficial for the city to periodically go out and look at other folks and make sure that we're getting the best service. Because sometimes when you're with a contractor for a long period of time, they start taking it for granted and they deliver less service than what is anticipated. So we ought to have a policy and double check, make sure that we turn over, we go out every year and make sure that we're giving other people opportunity
Agree.
to come and provide the service.
It's a due diligence. I'm used to seeing that too. It's every 3 to 5 year process.
You go out and
So
look.
if you could look at that, that would be great.
Yes.
We do have a motion on, Councilmember Calvin?
I had
Mr. City
also-
Manager, then what amount of time is that?
I put a request
Typically,
to
you know,
speak,
in
Mayor.
cities, my experience, at least 5 years, sometimes sooner, but no longer than 5 years, you go back out and you do appraisals, request for proposals, and you evaluate it, because after that period of time, as I said, they start taking you for granted. They think it's almost automatic, and I'm just saying, no, it's not. Yeah. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Ibarra?
Yes, so I just wanted to clarify, part of the, there's an attachment that I have here, their proposal for us. There seems to be a contradiction. They're saying that they're going to be staffed 40 hours per week. One of them will be doing 3 10-hour shift days. Another one is doing 1 5-hour day, and a third person is doing 1 5-hour day per week, totaling the 40 hours. However, there was another, and I can't find it right now, but there was another page that said that they're gonna have 9 staff members helping, and it had like an hourly rate per each member. Can you confirm, is it gonna be the 9 staffing that they're proposing, or is it gonna be just these 3 members that are going to be doing the services?
So the 9 is broken down just to provide if we were to extend. So it was very explicit to both contractors that we interviewed that it was going to be a 40-hour work week. So they proposed different types of combinations. So as part of their proposals, they've indicated what services they provide those 9 different staff members. But what we're targeting is the 40 hours with those 3 employees. They just included that as reference that within that contract to provide those additional services, they are offering those services, but we are not going to utilize those services.
Okay, but I'm trying to see the over $300,000 that we're giving them. That's pretty much paying, if we had a 1 staff person doing 40 hours per week, that's what it boils down to based on their proposal, from what I'm seeing. And they were charging the city not to exceed $410,000. To me, that's like 1 employee, but it's 3 employees cutting up the hours between themselves, and we're paying them this much amount of money.
So that
I'm trying to see if it's worth it, paying them this much money for working 40 hours, what a normal employee would be working.
So that cost that we're proposing is over 2 fiscal years. So that 3 is not just 1 fiscal year. So it's spread over the remainder of this fiscal year and next fiscal year. So the cost that is being proposed is for those 40 hours a week to provide.
Correct, like if it was 1 employee, though.
But it's going to be a combination because they serve some tasks that we have don't require a senior level engineer. So they're proposing a lower level staff just to meet those needs.
I just think it's a lot of money, just my opinion.
Thank you. There is a motion on the floor by Councilmember Alexander.
Second.
The motion on the floor is actually not from.
Oh, not to. Okay, then I don't make a second.
I'll make a second.
So there's a motion and a second to not move forward with this item. Can we call for the votes? Councilmembers, we're clear about what the motion is, right? Correct. Madam City Clerk.
Substitute motion.
There's a substitute motion.
Substitute
The substitute motion is to go with the staff's recommendation.
staff recommendation.
Is there a second? A substitute
Yes.
second? There is a substitute second by Councilmember Sanchez. Can we call for the motion? Call for the votes?
I'd like to make a comment. My colleague here is saying that it's a lot of money, but these are important projects. This is how we get big development done, a development that literally improves the city. And we can't just say, well, it's too expensive. So should we not repave streets? Should we not build bridges? Should we not get plans approved for new shiny development in the city? It makes no sense to say that it's not worth the cost. That's how we show that the city is moving forward. That's how you bring a sick city like ours back into health, is by this development. And the idea that, well, it's, we're counting pennies and dollars here, it's too expensive, just is not a compelling argument.
Thank you. Can we call for the votes, please?
It's not pennies to dollars. Why can't we have 3 of them work full-time for the city and really help push these projects forward? 40 hours a week is 1 employee.
Madam City Clerk.
Councilmember Sanchez?
This is on Councilmember Charrette's motion?
The substitute motion, yes. Councilmember Ibarra?
No.
Councilmember Figueroa?
Yes.
Councilmember Charette? Yes. Councilmember Reynoso?
Yes.
Councilmember Calvin?
Yes.
Councilmember Alexander?
Nay.
Okay, motion passes 5-2. Councilmember Ibarra and Alexander voting in opposition.
Thank you. Moving on to discussion.
Thank
Item
you.
Number 30, thank you, Susan. And thank you, Daniel. Moving on to discussion, item number 23. Authorize the interim city manager to terminate the exclusive negotiating agreement with the San Bernardino Development Company, SBDC, and pay liquidated damages associated with said termination. Recommendation, it is recommended that the mayor and city council authorize the interim city manager to terminate the exclusive negotiating agreement, ENA, with the San Bernardino Development Company, SBDC, for the Carousel Mall redevelopment project and authorize the payment of liquidated damages to SBDC in the amount of $100,000 associated with said termination. Could we begin with staff's presentation?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Madam Mayor. We do have a staff presentation on this. I'll turn it over to Amanda.
Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council, and members of the public. As the mayor has briefly mentioned, this discussion item before you today is to authorize the interim city manager, Mr. McNeely, to terminate the exclusive negotiating agreement with the San Bernardino Development Company, frequently referred to as RDICO or SBDC, and pay the liquidated damages associated with the termination, which per the ENA is $100,000. Staff's recommendation is to move forward with that authorization that is recommended here. By way of background for both the council and for the public's edification, on March 16th, 2023, the city received the notice of violation of the Surplus Land Act regarding the City of San Bernardino's surplus land disposition for the property at 295 Carousel from the state's Housing and Community Development Division, often referred to as HCD. The notice of violation alleges San Bernardino violated several provisions of the Surplus Land Act, often referred to as the SLA, relative to the former Carousel Mall property. The alleged violations to the SLA and the city's responses are as follows. The alleged violations to the SLA are as follows. I will not be reading the city's responses this evening. Number one is failing to provide 90 days of good faith negotiations to entities who submitted notices of interest, negotiating and selecting a developer prior to issuing a notice of availability of surplus land, failing to give priority to affordable housing, failing to provide a complete description of negotiations. Like I mentioned, I will not be reading the city's responses. They were provided by staff at a previous meeting on April 5th, and they are provided in the staff report if the public wishes to read those. On April 5th, 2023, and April 19th, 2023, staff received direction from the mayor and city council to work towards curing the notice of violation. Given the options that HCD provided throughout many discussions with staff from both the city manager's office, Community Housing and Economic Development Department, and the city's attorney's office, staff is again recommending that terminating the ENA is the most expeditious and effective method to curing the notice of violation. Protracted litigation with HCD over the SLA process or with the developer over the ENA could result in additional costs and delay to the Carousel Mall development. It is the staff's understanding from representatives at HCD that with the termination of the ENA with SBDC, often referred to as RDICO, and with the city intending to work closely with HCD on a future SLA process, the notice of violation would be resolved. Again, staff's recommendation is that termination of the current ENA and paying the associated liquidated damages. That concludes staff presentations, and I'm available for comment.
Thank you. Mr. City Manager?
And a caveat here. One, I want to say thank you to the staff. Amanda, folks have done a great job, I think, in responding to this. But I just want to make it clear to the council and the community two things. One is that we have committed ourselves to work very closely with HCD in terms of rectifying the problems that we have in terms of the HCD process, the SLA process. So that's number one. Secondly, we also know and recognize that we've got some work to do on this particular project, and we're committed to doing that. And the residents should know that we're going to move forward very aggressively to make sure that we get this project done underway. And we're not losing any time. We recognize we've got to go back. But nonetheless, I want the residents to know that we are fully committed to making this project happen.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Okay, do any members of the council wish to discuss or have any comments?
Move approval.
There's a motion to move.
Second.
There's a second. Councilman Reynoso would like to comment.
Yeah, just really quick for the viewing audience who may not understand, the Surplus Land Act was created to counteract the shortage of housing and affordable housing in particular, a lot of homeless, et cetera, but people just can't afford homes. So the state created a law that whenever you deem something surplus land, it has to be bidded out, it has to be prioritized to affordable housing developers first. The city did not do that in good faith. There wasn't a good track record of it. We're all responsible, ultimately, one way or the other, but know that it's getting done, as our city manager said, and I just want to ensure the public that in order to do this in good faith, you can't have a developer on contract while you put it out to bid for affordable housing developers, and that's what HCD told us that we need to do. And that's why we're about to do this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. We have a motion and a second. Can we call for the votes?
Councilmember Sanchez,
Yes.
Councilmember Ibarra,
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa, Mayor Pro Tem, Councilmember Reynoso,
Yes.
Councilmember Calvin,
No.
Councilmember Alexander.
Nay.
The motion passes 5-2 with Councilmembers Calvin and Alexander voting in opposition.
Thank you. All right. Moving on to public hearings. Mr. City Manager?
I'm sorry. There are still some issues that we need to work with that needs to be resolved on the next two items, and we would request that both of them be pulled, and we'll bring them back to you later time.
Which items are they?
24 and 25.
Yes.
So there's
Okay,
still.
so item number 24 and
Yes.
item number 25. So we will have 26 and 27?
Right.
Is that correct?
Those two items I'm requesting be pulled. They're just simply not ready for prime time, so we'll bring them back.
Got it. Okay.
Can I ask one quick question, Mayor?
Yes,
please,
Councilmember
regarding item number
Calvin.
20 Regarding item 25, Madam City Clerk, why wasn't it addressed that it was in Ward 6? I see that the item before that said Ward 1. Item after that says all wards. Item 25 didn't say Ward 6.
It was just not included by staff in the staff report. We'll make sure to.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for pointing that out, by the way. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilmember. Do we have a comment to my right?
Well, yes and no. I'm not going to.
Okay. All right, so moving on to,
Talk to you, man.
Because we've had people sit.
Yeah, and we informed them and talked to them.
okay, so moving to item number 26. So item number 24 and 25 has been pulled. We're going to move on to item 26. Proposed fiscal year 2023-24 annual action plan for the Community Development Block Grant Home Investment Partnership and Emergency Solutions Grant Programs. Recommendation, it is recommended that the Mayor and City Council of the City of San Bernardino, California, 1, conduct a public hearing to obtain citizens' comments on the proposed fiscal year 2023-24 annual action plan for the Community Development Block Grant, Home Investment Partnership, and Emergency Solutions grant programs, and 2, consider any necessary changes to the proposed fiscal year 2023-24 annual action plan and direct staff to return on June 21st, 2023 with a fiscal annual action plan for consideration prior to submittal to United States Department of Housing and Urban Development. I am opening the public hearing at 10:41 p.m. Could city staff provide a presentation on this item?
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. So the item before you is regarding the public hearing portion for the fiscal year 2022-2023 annual action plan. And as such, it specifically relates to Community Development Block Grant, the Emergency Solutions Grant, and the Home Investment Partnership Act. And even more specifically, the city is looking at an entitlement of approximately $2,942,853 in CDBG funds, approximately $1,460,093 in home funds, and approximately $273,557 in ESG funds. With that said, it's important to note that the city is able to allocate up to 15% of its CDBG allocations to public service. This year, the city had a total of 12 applicants for public service CDBG funding. The 15% allotment would allow the city to utilize $441,427 for public service. But because of the 12 applicants, we actually have a total requested amount of $1,979,711. So nevertheless, there's a vast difference. Staff is going to come back to council on June 21st with final recommendations, and the recommendations will be based on each applicant's ability to provide and adhere to federal regulations the expenditure obligations, and reporting requirements. Also, I don't believe I heard any public comments regarding this particular item, but if there were any comments, staff would take into consideration any of those changes and come back and seek council's approval, but I don't believe there was any on record tonight regarding this particular item. This is something that happens annually. This is a part of the city's consolidated plan. There's a 5-year consolidated plan. We're in the 4th year. So the actions that we take regarding the final draft of the AAP is going to outline how the city will allocate its HUD entitlement funds moving forward for 2023, 2024. And that concludes this report.
Thank you, Cassandra. Do we have any requests to speak? Does anyone wish to speak on this item?
I have 3. First one is Marva Castro, Nathaniel Moore, and Les. I'm not sure if Marva and Nathaniel are still here, but Les, Nathaniel Moore, and Marva Castro.
If you're here, please approach to the come up to the podium to speak and state your name.
My name is Les. I might be a little off subject when it comes down to this, but I came last week, and it was a building that I was talking about that was across the street from the law library, and then right next to that building is an apartment that it was a slum landlord that used to own it, but now he's out of it now. So now it's just none but the residents there, and it's in bad shape. But next to that that apartment is that empty building, and I know you guys are trying to do a whole new project with the homeless, and then have a facility for like a day program or help them have resources. It'd be perfect to use that apartment that the slum landlord used to own or still own, to turn that into a homeless shelter, and then that building next to it that caught on fire that I came last week, and turn that into a resource or anything that you guys can turn it into. That was just an idea that I had. That was all. Yeah.
Thank you.
That's all.
That's all? Okay, I'm now closing the public hearing at 10:46 p.m. for deliberation and action. Do we have a motion?
I'd like to make a comment on a couple of the staff recommendations.
Councilmember Sanchez?
Yes, so Casa Ramona, the construct a fence at the address of 1524 West 7th Street. I think the total amount is $130,000. Again, I cannot emphasize enough the tremendous accomplishment of Esther Estrada and her efforts to clean up that site. So that site right now, or at least a couple days ago, looked like a bombed out city. Rubble, trash everywhere, homeless people, bodies, everything. And $5 million is being dedicated to clean that property up. And it's not going to be turned into some for-profit business. This is going to have over 100 housing units for affordable housing units for seniors, and it's also going to have a community center that the city of San Bernardino is going to be able to use to offer services to the people in that immediate neighborhood. So if that doesn't merit setting aside $130,000 to help support the venture, then I don't know what is. So I would like staff to come back with an amended, right? Because this is just you're at this point, at this juncture, you're seeking council direction to bring a finalized action plan, right, for this allocation of money?
Yes, but let me go ahead and state this. It's actually in the report. And Casa Ramona was specifically mentioned.
Mm-hmm.
Casa Ramona and one other organization, and that's because their requests were not eligible under CDBG regulations, and they're quoted in here. I'm not going to go through all the numbers, but that particular service where she was requesting her fence to be repaired, that's not an eligible CDBG expense under public service.
So I want to understand why, because it's a qualified census tract. It's a nonprofit. It's going to be serving the purpose of the fence is to secure the property for future development of over 100 affordable housing units for seniors and a community center. So I want to understand at what point that it won't qualify.
So what I can do, Councilman, although we quoted the regulation, I don't have the actual verbiage, but what I can do is I can highlight that for you and then reach out to you so you can specifically see what the federal government, what are the federal guidelines pertaining to CDBG. So we're just quoting directly what's in the regulated guidebook. Yes.
If I may jump in on, just to
Oh,
piggyback on
okay,
this
so
real quick.
we have senior
I can
management
jump in.
specialist.
Yeah, as a public service, it does have to meet a national objective as well as being an eligible activity.
Yeah, what was that second one?
So, an eligible activity, and as a public service, currently, it's not offering a public service. So yes, once the affordable project is there, we could definitely invest the CDBG projects, but right now, it's not a public service.
You make a good point. You make a good point, but I maybe we can use this opportunity to have a discussion about using ARPA money to secure the funding for the fence. Just so my colleagues here are aware, I mean, we set aside $5 million in grants monies for-profit businesses in the city. I think this is an opportunity when we have a business who doesn't just have their hand out. And sorry, it's not even a business, a nonprofit, a service provider who doesn't have their hand out. They have fought and clawed away at trying to clean up that property and then provide a service for those immediate neighborhoods. So I'm willing to approve moving forward with the staff recommendation. But I want everyone here to know that I will be bringing forward a request that we use ARPA money in the amount of $130,000 to secure that property so that we can ensure that the affordable housing in the community center can move forward on this site. Yes, Mr. McNeely.
Yeah, and I appreciate that action as well, but in the meantime, I think I would like to meet with staff and go back and see if there's some other options as well.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. And I'm ready to make a motion to approve the staff
There was already a
recommendation.
motion.
Second.
There's already a motion, so now there's a second.
Then I will vote for it. Yes.
Oh, Councilmember
I want to make
Figueroa?
it because it's specific to this, because I do have other questions and comments, but just specific to what Councilmember Sanchez was discussing. Part of the, the agencies receiving CDBG funds have to meet obviously the national objectives. One of those is to aid in the prevention or elimination of blight. And one could argue that this would be a preventative measure to prevent blight. So I would propose that argument that at least if we're looking at it as it is enumerated here, to aid in the prevention of blight, I would argue that this would help in that regard. Okay, but I do have other items that I want to discuss, but we can go.
Councilmember, is it still on the same item? Did you want to discuss, or was it a different? Councilmember Figueroa?
Okay, there's other stuff that I want to talk about too, because see page
On this item, number 26?
Yeah, on this
Okay.
item, number 26. I'm sorry, I just lost my page because I was looking for that one. I think it was for street improvement projects. As far as some of the money, of course, historically has been used for street improvement. Looking at the amount that the staff is recommending, it's just a little bit over $1 million. It's 1.057. Looking back a couple of months ago, we had to reject a bid for street repavement because the cost, I think we had allocated about $6 million, something like that, for about 21 streets, and the proposal came in well above it. It was maybe 11, something. The numbers are going to be off a little bit. My question is, what are we realistically going to repave with $1 million if we couldn't even, when the most recent bid that came in was somewhere in the ballpark of about $11 million? The best we can do with this amount is maybe repave a parking lot. So, I mean, have we looked at what exactly we're able to do with this amount of money, if that's going to be allocated for street repavement? Because I'm telling you right now, we're not going to get anything done for that amount. And so that needs to be looked at a little bit deeper, because I can point out a few streets right now that we've had conversations about kids having to walk to school down in the Gould, Hart, Elm, Richardson, Victoria Elementary area. It's loose gravel at this point. There aren't even any sidewalks. There aren't any curbs. I mean, kids are actually having to walk on the streets to get to the school that's there. So I would say that that's also an issue that needs to be addressed, because that is, again, it goes back to some of the objectives, the national objectives that are enumerated here as well. And so I hope that we can at least look at that amount and say that's not a realistic amount to start fixing some of the issues in the city.
Councilmember Figueroa, if I could just make a statement regarding the $1 million that you had mentioned. That is from the fiscal year 2023-2024. Staff has also discovered there's about $1.6 million from CDBG funds in 2019. And so we've already had internal discussions. Housing has already had internal discussions with Public Works. So the projects are underway to continue with additional street improvements from funding in previous years that just were not utilized. So it's not just the 1 million altogether, it's probably close to 2.5, 2.6 million.
Thank you. Councilmember Ibarra?
Yes, going back to the streets, those 21 streets, there were several that were considered residential. And my understanding is that we can use CDBG money to repair those streets. Is there any way that staff can look into those streets that we didn't get approved for street repair under CDBG funding? Because that is under CDBG oversight that we can repave residential streets. And a lot of them were residential from that list.
Thank you. Mr. City Manager?
Yeah, I just want to point out to the council, and Cassandra's correct, I mean, they're the sort of the experts on the CDBG. There are certain limits, obviously, guidelines where you can use and where you can't use the money. But more relevant, I think, is the discussion that we're having here is there are a number of these projects that you have identified, we've talked about, that are in need of funding, that need to get completed. What I've asked staff to do is to come back to this council with an update on our whole CIP program. And so that way you can look at the total amount that's been allocated. You can see what projects have funding and where the gaps are. And so that way I think it's a more robust discussion that needs to be had if we want to move money around or add additional money from other sources. This is just a CIP portion, so I don't want to limit it just to CIP, because there's other funding out there that you've allocated for other projects. But I think it's been a while since we've had a discussion about the CIP and where money is and what's allocated. Yeah, and so I think it's our responsibility to update you on that. And so I've asked Public Works to put together a presentation for you, so set aside to go through all the projects.
And again, thank you for being proactive on that. Thank you.
Proactive, yes. And that way you can weigh in and say, yeah, we like that, or we want to put more money. Of course it will be.
We have many special meetings to address all the things we have in the city.
But I just hope I'm sorry, go ahead. One of the things that I've heard from this council over and over again is we need to be able to keep the council informed and brief you on things that are going on. And so one of my messages to the staff is that we've got to do a better job of scheduling these sessions to update you on these projects, that you get asked by your residents, your representative out there, and so these are your constituents. They need to know, you need to know.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Calvin?
Thank you, Mayor. When was the last time, Director Hernandez, that the CIP list was updated? I believe the last time that we might have seen it may have been maybe March. No.
Answer that, but my understanding has been far too long. So that's my point. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, you want to win the last, yeah.
That answer.
Director Hernandez?
So in terms of a formal update to the council, it's been before I was appointed as a director, so it's been over a year. But we update it regularly, so it's current with all the information in terms of a project status, in terms of funding that's associated, and we share it with a lot of our counterparts throughout the departments within the city.
So can the council have an updated list, please?
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. I mean, as he says, we've updated internally. That doesn't do you any good. And so my message to them is that we need to update the council. We need to keep you informed.
Right.
Exactly. Yes. Before, you will have that and plenty of time, so when we have that discussion, you will know fully in your ward, citywide, where these projects are, who's funding, and who's responsible for them. You're welcome.
Thank you
I
so
have
much.
One more question.
Councilmember Ibarra?
Yes, under the allocations here, I know I spoke about Benjamin E. Jones earlier and his presentation to the Regional Board for Homelessness. Is that only to service Second Lake Park and Paris Hill Park right now? Or is there more, because he's been allocated the 421,000? And is that ESG money or is that CDBG money that he's getting and not the ARPA?
So these are just listing the amounts that were requested in the applications, and this is strictly for requested amounts. Nothing has been allocated. Staff has not made their final recommendations. Everything that you see listed here is just being transparent with the different organizations that applied for the funding. But what you see does not mean that they're going to actually receive that funding. As I mentioned before, with the 12 applications for public service, we have more requests than we actually have funding. So this is just the draft. When we come back on the 21st of June, it will be the final recommendations where you'll clearly see who received what.
Okay, yeah, I just want to make sure. And that is CDBG money that he applied for that?
Yes.
And what funding are we giving them right now?
Pastor Jones is not receiving any funding. This will be the first time from the city. He has not applied in the past.
Thank you. Okay, I believe there was a motion already on the floor. Is there a second?
There was a second by Councilmember
Oh,
Sanchez.
okay. So can we call for the votes?
Councilmember Sanchez?
Yes.
Councilmember Ibarra?
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem? Yes. Councilmember Reynoso?
Yes.
Councilmember Calvin?
Yes.
Councilmember Alexander?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Moving on to the next public hearing, item number 27, Community Facilities District number 2018-2, Verdamont Ranch. 2023 special tax bonds, page 1737. Recommendation: it is recommended that the mayor and city council of the city of San Bernardino, California adopt resolution number 2023-062, 1, authorizing the issuance of not to exceed 3.5 million aggregate principal account of Community Facilities District number 2018-2, Verdamont Ranch of the city of San Bernardino, 2023 special tax bonds. 2, approving a form of preliminary official statement, a form of the fiscal agent agreement, a form of bond purchase agreement, a form of security agreement, a form of funding agreement, and a form of continuing disclosure agreement, which is the attachment to the preliminary official statement as Appendix E. 3, making certain determinations relating thereto, and 4, authorizing certain other actions in connect therewith. I am opening the public hearing at 11:01 p.m. Could city staff provide a presentation on this item?
We do not have a presentation, but if you have any specific questions for me, and we also have experts from BB&K and Columbia Capital here, should council have any specific questions.
Thank you. Do we have any requests to speak? Does anyone wish to speak on this item?
Felix Robles? Felix Robles. Yeah.
Is Felix here? Please come up to the podium. Can you press the mic? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for having me here. City Council has approved and issued CFD for Trumark, Century CFD, which has also been issued, and 2 CFDs for Warmington, and then of course this is ours. I think the city's heading in the right direction with, allowing the CFDs in their communities, because as you go down the 15 corridor, you'll see Fontana, they're growing, Ontario, Harupa Valley, Irving Ranch, they all use CFDs, and the city of San Bernardino hadn't used them for a while, but they will attract builders to come into the city and grow the city. So we appreciate that, you're reaching out and giving us support on these CFDs. So I just want to say thank you. So I know you haven't voted on it, but That's all they need to say, All right.
Thank you. Councilmember Reynoso, I believe you have a comment?
Yeah, Barbara, can you just break down to the public who's viewing or may or not be viewing at 11 o'clock at night what these bonds are and who pays for them?
I'm going to turn that over to Adam Pope with Columbia Capital because I think he can describe them much more accurately than I can. I know about enough to be dangerous, and he knows much more as an expert than I do.
Mayor, Council, thanks for having us. Yeah, so the security for the bonds are the special taxes that are levied on the homeowners within the CFD district. So no city funds will be used to repay the bonds. It'll only be those special taxes that are collected, and those taxes show up on their annual property tax bill. So and they're they're well informed that they are responsible for those taxes when they purchase the properties. And so it's just an annual tax that shows up on their bill that it'll be collected and then remitted to the fiscal agent, and then those will be used to repay the bonds.
Do you have an answer for the breakdown of annual tax per home? The average?
Yeah, we have it's well under 2%. The actual tax amount per home, it varies on the size, based on the size of the home. It ranges from, let me see. Sorry, that's the wrong one. Here we go. It ranges from around $2,600 up to a little over $3,000, depending on the size of the home.
Thank you. That's all.
And this is that Melrose tax that everyone talks about. So when you hear somebody say there's a Melrose tax, I live in an area with a Melrose. That's what this is.
A motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Well, before we move forward, I need to close the public hearing. I'm now closing the public hearing at 11:06 p.m. for deliberation and action. Do we have a motion? Which we do, and we have a second.
Councilmember Sanchez?
Yes.
Councilmember Ibarra?
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa? Mayor Pro Tem? Councilmember Reynoso?
Yes.
Councilmember Calvin?
Yes.
Councilmember Alexander?
Abstain.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Moving on to items to be considered for future meetings. Item number 28, consider extending notification period of public hearings by Councilmember Reynoso. Councilmember Reynoso, can you please speak on your request?
Yes, this is exactly what it stated. Currently, I believe we have like 10 days or some very minimal requirements in relation to other municipalities around us who give about 2 to 3 weeks of notice for public notifications or for public hearings. And so I just would like the council to explore extending that because we need to do that. And so I'll make a motion to approve it as well.
Thank you, Councilmember. There is a motion on the floor for item 28.
Move to approve.
There was already a motion. So
Second.
there's a second. Madam City Clerk, can you call for the vote?
Councilmember Sanchez?
Come back to me, please.
Councilmember Ibarra?
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem? Councilmember Reynoso?
Yes.
Councilmember Calvin?
Yes.
Councilmember Alexander?
Aye.
Councilmember Sanchez?
Yes.
Okay, motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Next, item 29, consider removal of Oxbow cement pile. Councilmember Reynoso, can you
Move to
speak
approve.
Second.
to your request? There's a motion and a second.
Can I make a friendly amendment? All right, well, then I'll make a substitute motion. I would like to include a consideration or removal of Oxbow cement.
Ms. City Clerk, Ms. City Attorney?
Sorry, my
It's okay. For the item on to be considered for future meetings, number 29, consider removal of Oxbow cement pile. There was a motion and a second. Then there was a substitute motion. I believe from the last meeting, you could not do that.
Right.
Please advise.
So I think here was the advice, and I can't mandate it, but here was my legal advice. These items are not action items, so you're not approving them per se, right? It's a council member who's asking colleagues do you want to bring the item forward? So my advice to you was, just take action on whether you want to bring the item forward or not. That was my advice to you.
And so if I can explain real quickly. So the council also, a majority of this council also directed staff to bring back a staff report on potentially crushing on site. So what I want to ensure is that when staff brings back this consideration for removal of the oxbow pile up in Verdemont, that they also, in this same report, the same item on the agenda, that they also include the option of allowing crushing on site. What I don't want is for the 4 council members who voted 3 months ago to bring back or to direct staff to bring back a report on crushing on site, that never happened, or that happened after council considers removing the oxbow pile. So I think what would be prudent of us is that if we vote on this tonight, that staff bring this back with both options.
If that's the direction, that's what we will do.
That's the direction? Well, the council already gave direction 4-3 to bring back crushing
Right.
on site.
And
That
I'm
was
just
3
saying-
months ago.
Yeah, I'm just saying that's the direction, and that's what we will follow through and do.
Okay.
Correct, so what he's saying is pretty much combine them both when
Bring
you
them
present them to us, like options.
Okay, I'm just trying to.
So you would, just take action on the first item. What I'm hearing is that you would take action on the first motion.
Correct.
But the comment is to have a more comprehensive report when it comes back, to bring both the request made 3 months ago together with this one if it passes,
Okay.
if this motion passes. No, because it's just direction to staff. The item that was requested was already approved. So when
3
staff
months
brings
ago,
it back.
4-3.
The item was to consider rescinding the 1,000-foot ordinance. That was what he's discussing right now. I want to be on the record and say that's correct, right? Okay. Let's be very clear about that. That it was a rescind of the 1,000-foot crushing ordinance, that you wouldn't do that within 1,000 feet of residential. Okay, and this is to bring this back, obviously with a full plethora of options. Cool.
So we still need to take action on the first thought.
You
Okay,
need
so
to
there's
vote
a
on the
motion and a
original motion.
second. Please call for the votes.
Councilmember Sanchez?
Yes.
Councilmember Ibarra?
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa? Mayor Pro Tem? Councilmember Reynoso?
Yes.
Councilmember Calvin?
Yes.
Councilmember Alexander? Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Council, before we adjourn the meeting, I'd like to close the meeting and take a moment of silence to close the meeting in memory of a retired Sergeant Jared Jones, who recently passed away. He's a native San Bernardino, attended school K-12. He served this city and the police department with honor 30 years of service to our city and deserved to be recognized. So if you wouldn't mind, let's take a moment of silence for him and his family. Thank you. All right, meeting is adjourned at 11:12 p.m. The next meeting, next joint regular meeting of the Mayor and City Council and the Mayor and City Council acting as the successor agency to the Redevelopment Agency will be held on May 17th, 2023 at the Feldheim Central Library located at 555 West 6th Street, San Bernardino, California, 92401. Closed session will begin at 5:30 and open session will begin at 7 p.m. Thank you, everyone, and good night.
And may the